Mr. 100 Rain.
So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal flush will spot them, right around the top. So I'ma make it bounce back, so all you get is straight piss. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate chicks. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, bitch. We carry big weight, we will big pun the streets. Been about mine since I was in my dungarees. We blow a big tree the size of a jungle leaf. He think he big meat supplying with 100 piece. I'ma make it bounce back so all you get is straight pip. Triple B, no in between, so all the bitches can't miss. Have your daddy stuck right down that chimney like Saint Nick. To take your 2 cents and stick him in your anus. It's royal flush, nigga. I see your pantyhose. You bragging about one bra, bitch, nigga, I any hoes. I do not mingle, rotate them like hot singles. Just the sound of my money make they twat tingle. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal flush, they spot them, right around the top. So I'ma make it bounce back, so all you get is straight hit. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate chicks. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, okay? I'm the lotto pick, I keep an honest click. And if we were a thing, that wouldn't be stopping it. We smell a bitch as if he stuck up in some doggy shit. Shorty this my money, that gives me doggy licks. It's absurd how the chain is chipped up off the bird. Oh, half the rims, half the panties taking off his girl. Fuck the ground, all my niggas whole smell them birds. They say talk is cheap, so I'ma wholesale my words. I'ma make it bounce back. Niggas getting straight pit, choking to his face blue. Force the nigga bang crip. Fuck around, all my niggas off that same shit. Man, ain't no problem to get banged quick. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A word of flush, you spot them, right around the top. So I'ma make it bounce back, so all you get is straight piss. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate this. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, bitch.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
I gave him over 17 hours. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you looking at, nigga? I'm still trying to find out,
You're
nigga.
rocking with the best.
We got a problem here?
You're rocking with the best.
We got a problem here? We got a problem.
You're rocking with the best.
Give me the money.
You're rocking with the best.
I will slap the shit out of you, boy.
You're rocking with the best.
What was that?
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Close your eyes.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Woo! Wee!
You're
Well,
rocking
what
with the best.
do you know?
You're rocking with the best.
What do you know? Just as finish
with a very exciting live going over another indictment. What do you know? Another one bites the dust. Now, I was going to have that music playing, but that is copyrighted, so I don't have the rights to do it. And YouTube is kind of on some other stuff with the fair use. But in case you haven't noticed, the IRS and the government are cracking down.
Bring that one back from the top.
The IRS, the CID division, the special agents from the CID division, no nonsense, they are cracking down. There's been almost 100 indictments over this past summer because for people knowingly or even unknowingly violating the Internal Revenue laws in attempts to defraud the government by obtaining refund checks that they are otherwise not entitled to. Regardless if you took a class or not, you didn't know what's going on, you just paid for the class, they're coming after you too. And months ago, before 2025 hit, I told everybody live, I said, I have a crystal ball. I said, I have a crystal ball. I say in 2025, it's up. In 2025, it's up. They're not playing. Told y'all this end of 2024. Now look at all 2025. How do you think I knew that? Well, try to tell y'all, had a conversation with the special agent. And yeah, we were actually laughing at the 1099s and the processes that people were sending in. And it was around that time where he said that no one is going to get a refund from them. And if any erroneous refunds are issued on them, the IRS will seek aggressive collection measures. But you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to pay attention to what I'm saying. All I'm going to say is, the only thing I will say is if you fall into that trap or you took a class and you filled out a 1099B or you know someone that filled it out, whether they issued a check on your behalf or withholdings that you know you cannot legally substantiate, and they keep sending you 60-day notices, like, hold on, we need 60 more days, we need 60 more days. My advice to you is to send them a letter saying you want to withdraw that claim ASAP. But since I know that most people will do anything for money, they all think that, well, mine's is going to go through. Well, I'm going to be the special snowflake. I know that will mean that you won't have the money that you already probably spent in your head already. That, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to get this, I can finally live with it. But I'd rather you come back to planet Earth and reality and then find yourself in the situations like the person we read the other night in this. Which states, I love this stuff. I really I love this. I love when I'm right. I swear to God. I love when I'm right. I love when I can just be like, told you so. I love it when I'm right because I just get silence. I get pure silence. Nobody says nothing. Everybody just crawl. The ones that were saying, no, I got to check. I got it. They crawl back into their cubbyhole, never to be seen from ever again. I love it when this happens. An indictment was unsealed last week in Los Angeles, charging a California man with mail fraud and various tax crimes related to tax return, tax refund fraud scheme. So that mail fraud is a 20-year sentence. And that means You use the United States Postal Service or any type of mail service to submit a fraudulent tax return. So the mere fact that you put that fraudulent tax return in the mail is a crime. That it's a crime within itself. Mail fraud and wire fraud. If you sent any money based on that fraudulent check, that's wire fraud. And since the Interstate Commerce Compact Act that was passed, so it makes it federal. If you send fraudulent funds to any bank account in the United States or from state to state, the federal government has jurisdiction over that crime. But I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I just want the people to show up with those checks that they said they was getting. I want to see them again now. I know you ain't gonna show me the transcripts. I know y'all not gonna show me the transcripts. I want to see the checks now. I want to see the check now. I want to see the check. I want to see the check. Because one thing that I do know, it's not going to look like this as far as the date. And most people would look at this and be like, it's only $610. Well, it was a series of 4 of them, but these were what the person was actually due. See, I didn't take $610 to try to make it $610,000. This is what the person was actually due for this year. But this $600 was a whole lot better than him getting levied for this amount and more. This is what he was legally entitled to. But look at the date. Look at the date. 2025. I want to see everybody else's checks. I bet you it's going to show 2023, 2022, 2021. Where's the 2025 ones at? I have other ones. I'm on my phone right now. I ain't get a chance to load it up. Not that it matters. Not for real. Not that it really matters. Statement of account. That's what did it. Freezes removed. Shit like that. But the following is according to the indictment from remember the years that I said that it was real prevalent? Years 2016, 2017, 18, 19, then it popped back up in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Look how far the IRS went back when they did their investigation. When they get on your line, you think they're just worried about that one tax year where you send some fraudulent to them? They're going all the way back at the inception of the fraudulent stuff. And when they come bring the hammer down on all years. Ooh, I love it. I love when desperation meets accountability. Oh, I love it. 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 Put these people in prison. Get them out the way so they ain't got to get interference with people that's trying to do things the right way. Go to prison. You'll be able to survive. I hope. They should be able to survive United States Penitentiary. I hope. I did. I'm still here. And I was in Hazleton, Big Sandy, Canaan, Bloody Beaumont. I was in the maximum United States penitentiaries. Well, there ain't no guarantee you're going to come home alive. I was in the jungle of the jungle, belly of the beast. They should be able to do it, you know. They can go there, establish their own land, establish their own Moorish land while they're there, you know, start their own tribal, somebody there. Yeah, they can do that. But you gotta be a man in there. You better if you was a coward before you get there, you better learn how to be a man in there. You better learn how to be a man in there fast. Or you're gonna have a very rough time. I love it. I love it. I'm so glad the government said we're not playing with y'all no more. We not playing. We don't. And here's the thing: they don't even care if you just took a class. You don't. They don't even care if you don't know what's going on. They put out too many bulletins. They put out too many notices. They put out too many posts. So it's not the fact that you didn't know. You are purposely doing this because most people only see the quick, fast, free money, not worried about the repercussions. And there ain't no amount of money in the world that is worth you sitting up under a 20-year indictment, prison sentence. And the worst part of it all, they never have anything to show for it. That's the saddest part. You go through all this trouble, throwing all these bricks at the penitentiary, and when it boils down to anything, you don't even have any assets to be like, all right, government, hey, look, what I owe y'all, I here, man. I made all this. I started a business. I invested in some treasury securities. Here, can y'all just take these assets instead of locking me up? They'll be like, bet. They'll be like, bet. We'll take that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give us all that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll take all that. Because remember, they don't, they give you the benefit of the doubt first because they acknowledge that they messed up by giving you the money. It was an error, computer error. So they don't just come lock you up first after they give you erroneous checks. It's years of you doing it and years of you ignoring them when they ask for the money back. Listen, when they ask for the money back, you got a better chance of them. This is what your best bet should be. Send the money back. They have to spend money, time, and resources by going through all this. If you send the money back, attach a letter. Be like, listen, man, there's a lot of people that ain't never send the money back. Hey, man, I really needed the money. My bad. Can y'all show me some grace because I at least sent it back? They may just give it back to you. As I've known that to happen before. They sent the $400-some-thousand check out, realized they made a mistake. They asked for the money back. The person cut a cashier's check, sent it back, and then sent the letter asking, yo, can they have it, please? Within 10 days from that person sending the check to the government, they kicked another treasury check back out the door. It was all within 10 days. Do you think they gave her that money because it was kind of, because she was entitled to it? No. They gave her the money back because she showed grace and actually gave all that money back, knowing the average person is not going to give it back. And they just let her have it because she showed a good faith. They just let her have it. They sent it right back to her because they didn't have to spend money tracking her down, investigating. It costs money for the government to indict you. You know that, right? It costs taxpayers money. So anytime the government can save taxpayer dollars and have to indict you and go through trial and go through all that, they'll take that deal. The government don't really want to go through trial unless they really want you. And when they really want you, they're going to offer you some outrageous plea, like plead to 630 months or go to trial and face life. Well, 630 months is life. If 12 months is a year, 360 months is 30 years. 360 months is 30 years. So want me to plead to 60 years? Yes. Why do they throw those pleas out there first? Because they know you about to cooperate. They know you about to cooperate. Give them some information to knock your time down that could bring the rest of the operation down. Oh, listen, y'all. Let's make one thing clear. I am cut from a different cloth than a lot of people out here. A lot of people out here would have folded if they was in my situation. Like, I'm really built for it tough. I'm built for it tough. I'm book smart certified and street certified and government certified. Most people would have folded, told, and not went to trial. Me, we going to the box, government. Let's go to the box. I take that shit to trial. Let's go. I ain't cooperating. I ain't testifying. You gonna have to find me guilty. I'm rolling all the dice on the table. Either you're gonna give it all to me, or I'm gonna beat this. Y'all act like the government playing. The government is not playing. Y'all think these people playing? Y'all really think these people ain't? Oh, what you going? What do you think you're gonna do? Bring a jurisdiction argument up in federal court? You can't even win that in state court. Oh, you gonna do you think you're gonna win on a nationality argument with the government? Why do you think they don't never want y'all to go to federal court? Man, the judges are waiting for those arguments. Nobody has ever won those arguments in the government. No one has ever got any money based off their birth certificate or their social. No one has ever. No one has ever. No one has ever been successful. Don't let them lie to you. No one has ever. It's all been a lie, which started with Roger Elvick and Hendrickson's, the early sovereign citizen, the late 80s, early 90s, Winston Strout days. There was never anything from the government that said anything about you having rights was tied to a social security or birth certificate. Those were individuals who made that up. Just like your CUSIP numbers, those wasn't actual real numbers from the funds. They typed those numbers in on the paper. Like they playing right in y'all face. Y'all just be like head buried in the sand. Especially on TikTok. That's why I call them the low-hanging fruit on there. Oh, they can't stand me on TikTok. But they are the low-hanging fruit. They are the low-hanging fruit on TikTok. Yo, they got their head so buried in the sand, they don't even realize a lot of those processes they doing is like 40 years old. They don't even they think it's all new. They think they're learning something new. And it's always the number one issue that I see with most people that fall for it are the ones who are at or below the poverty line or just struggling or just trying to make a way. I get it. But if you think these people about to let you come up just like that, where everybody else who comes up in that manner is self-made or got to come out here in the world and boop, bop, bip, do what they got to do. If you think that you're going to cut the line to success by submitting documents you don't even understand, you are low-hanging fruit. Like, where's the self-respect at? Where's the self-dignity? Where's the self-pride at? Where your whole life you have to rely on this to get the type of monies when you got the same 24 hours. Well, if you split 12-12, you got the same amount of time and opportunity as anybody else who takes advantage of them. So you think so lowly of yourself that this is your way to get over the hump. This is your way. This is the way. Tax forms. That's the way. Like that's the soul. That's your only. With your brain, that's all you have. Like that's the only thing you could come up with. Is submitting a tax form to get the things in life that you want to get. That's your only way. How about you start investing in get some properties, start with some crypto, do something. Don't let this be your only thing because you're going to be left disappointed because you're not getting it in this manner. You're not getting it. I'm here to tell you, you're not getting it. They're not going to give it to you. And if they erroneously give it to you, they're going to ask for it back. And there ain't a process in this world that you can send to them that's going to let you keep it besides you sending that check back in its original amount. But how many people you think that's actually going to do that? Very few, because people would throw bricks at the penitentiary for money. People do anything for money. That's the only reason why they're here, for money. You really think they care about learning and building a foundation? Oh, they only lying to themselves. They actually lie to themselves every day they wake up in the morning. They lie to themselves in everyday life. They just lie. They spend their whole lives lying to themselves. They probably are not even self-aware of who they really are. What makes them tick? What triggers them? What makes them happy? What makes them sad? Why do they respond the way they do? Why do they act the way they do? Do you really think that most people ever do a deep dive inward to self to really understand who they are? Most people don't even know who they are because they have a robotic existence of experience called life. Somebody's always telling them what to do. There's always some rules to follow. There's always someone telling them when to clock out. There's always someone telling them when to punch the clock. There's always somebody telling them to do something. And you think those people with that mindset are equipped to learn the system on the level that we learn it every day? This is why you motherfuckers are low-hanging fruit. You are low-hanging fruit. And I want you to be mad. I want you to leave. I want you to don't watch. I want you to leave. I don't give a fuck if you leave or not. Because you're low-hanging fucking fruit. That's what the fuck you are. You are low-hanging fruit. You are despicable. Yeah. How you like that? I just got a nice check today. You think I give a fuck? I'm good. I'm always good. Always got money. I'm always going places. All my bills paid. Got 3 vehicles, 3 Mercedes Benz. All my shit paid on time. I don't remember the last time I ever worried about a bill. I ain't worried about a bill in 4 years. I don't even worry about shit like that in life. Like paying a bill, that's not even I'm worried about, like, yo, how can I make 75,000 within 6 months? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the shit I'm worried about. Yo, make 36,000 this month. Yo, I need to make 70,000 next month because 30,000 ain't enough anymore. 10,000, oh, that ain't shit to me. 5,000, $1,000, oh man, fuck that. I need like 40, 50 a clip. I remember when times $1,000 was a lot for me. I remember when there was times where I probably would knock your head off for 10K. Oh, hell yeah, I'm coming to get you. Oh yeah, back in my younger days when I was a young boy, 10K, oh yeah, your ass was mine. Where you at? But now 10,000 ain't shit. 10,000 really ain't nothing to anybody. If you adjust for bills and shit, pay the bills and it with you, 10,000 really ain't shit. Now, 10,000 consistently coming in for cash flows. Now that's what adds up. See, this is the thing. It's not about the lump sum thing of money that you getting. That's not what it's about. If you can have consistent payments of, let's drop it down, $500. If you got 30 people paying you $500 a month, 30 people, $500 a month. I would rather take 30 people paying me $500 a month under a 12-month contract versus me getting all that money up front. You want to know why? Because I can leverage that right to receive payment. I can leverage that now. If I need to get quick access to financing, I can liquidate those receivables. And I'm always protected on the back end because I maintain some of my rights to receive payment. See, we have fallen so far from knowledge and understanding from the people that were alive in the 30s. It is despicable how we as a people, we are dumb as a bag of rocks collectively. We are dumb as a bag of rocks collectively. It's embarrassing. The fact that people are doing processes just to pay a damn electric bill is embarrassing. There is no self-pride, no self-dignity. If I was having trouble paying my light bill, none of you would even know. Like, I would be embarrassed. The following is according to the indictment from 2016 through 2025. That's 9 years. Remember when I said they're going to double back? Y'all thought I was lying. This is a new one. This ain't the same one. This is a new indictment. Well, from August. Well, it's relatively new. Melvin Lewis Hughes, also known as Melvin Lewis Hughes, and Bandale L of Los Angeles County. What did I tell y'all? Them L bays are, listen, I don't even like that name in my group. I tell people that got that name, change that name, drop that mindset right now, and I don't want to hear you talk about nothing that sounds like sovereign citizen, or I'm going to ban you. I don't give a shit what you just paid. I told you, them L Bays, Shamik Al Shabazz, El Shabazz, I told you, watch out for them. The L's of the world, the Bays of the world, I told you, watch out for them. I told you. And I spoke to a Morris Science Temple brother, and actually liked the brother, older brother. Older, he's like mid-40s. He said, at the temple, we don't even teach this stuff. We don't subscribe to that. We pay our bills in real life. That's part of our deen. Like, we pay our bills. We honor our obligations. He said, we teach knowledge, so identity, where we come from, but we don't teach none of this at the temple. No, we don't, none of that. I said, y'all don't teach none of that. That's not even part of our curriculum because everybody just pays their bills. I said, well, damn. I said, well, damn. Huh. Whatever. Whatever the case may be. Operated a scheme to file false federal tax returns claiming millions of dollars in fraudulent tax refunds. As alleged in the indictment, Hughes submitted fraudulent forms 1041 for himself and others, claiming more than 360 million in fraudulent tax refunds based on fictitious federal income tax withholdings. The same thing they're doing online right now. Fictitious federal income tax withholdings. Why do people insist on filing federal tax withholdings the way they do it when the proper way to file it, the IRS tells you? They tell you in the Internal Revenue Code how to do it. They tell you what box 4 is used for. They tell you if it's a special type of return, attach a statement explaining your reasoning. I mean, everything ain't pretty much set in stone with the IRS. There's some things where they'd be like, well, you didn't pay the taxes, but at least we know where to collect them from. That's all they care about. They don't care who pays it as long as somebody pays it. The problem with they're doing is once the IRS does their investigations, they realize that no one has paid the taxes. Well, why are they issuing them refunds? Because the IRS has a strict 45-day rule for normal returns. If your 1099s match up, your tax returns, are filed correctly, the computer generates the refund. I mean, they're not, because ain't no point in examining like refunds that are cut and dry, because anything after 45 days, they got to pay interest. But that doesn't mean that after the refund check is issued, they are not going to double back and check the accounts. That is the biggest thing they're going to double back and check all the accounts where a refund was issued. Because that's how they balance the books. They give you the refund up front and then they verify it later. And it's the same with a W-2. They give you a refund up front, then they verify it later. Most people think that a refund check that's issued automatically means the position was accepted by the IRS, which couldn't be farther from the truth. This is where things get interesting now. This is where it gets interesting because everybody thinks a check means success. No, now that check can mean a ticking time bomb. That check can mean it's only a matter of time. That check can now become a curse. And it's even worse when it actually hits your hand. It's better if they catch it before. It's actually better for you. Once that check hits your hand, you pretty much sealing your fate. And most people, look at this 360 million. Do you think this person did anything in life that will put him close to 360 million on his own by its own efforts? No, they always are claiming money that they don't have the ability to get in the real world. That's the sad part. And that's one of the biggest issues, the amount of the withholdings claimed. If it was 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20, 30, something modest, the IRS may just be like, all right, well, whatever, we'll just let them have it, we'll collect it, we ain't got whatever. They may just be like, man, we ain't even, that shit. But when you got these big old numbers and they issuing 300, 400, 500, 1.2 million, it's going to trigger an investigation on its own. Like they are so desperate and so greedy to get this quick, cold, hard cash, they don't even realize they're setting their own traps for themselves. If this what I gotta go through to get some extra money, I don't want to be signed up nowhere near it. Shit, man. Shit. This is. I know I make light of it, but this shit is this. It's really it's really getting. God damn it, man. More than 360 million in fraudulent tax returns based on the fictitious federal income tax withholdings. These tax returns allegedly attached forms 1099, which falsely reported that major banks, uh-oh, uh-oh, online payment platforms, and other legitimate businesses made payments from which substantial amounts of taxes had been withheld and paid over to the IRS. That is another point. Just because you put the amount of withholding doesn't mean that money was actually paid to the IRS. They don't care about what you put on the form. They're checking to see if those amounts were actually paid over. And it takes nothing to check their tax receivables accounts because every company has one with the IRS. You would know this if you know accounting and how to read a balance sheet, which we go over in my Supreme Elite Team group. So there is no monopoly money with this, y'all. There is none. Now you can make the argument, say, "Well, there ain't no real whatever." I ain't got time for the semantics. But when it comes to withholdings, you have to know how the withholding system works. And I'm telling you, if the company who you're claiming withheld payments from, if that's not verified and that company says, yes, we withheld this payment, it's in the treasury, you're not getting that money. And if the computer issues you an erroneous refund, you're not going to enjoy it. Now I'm all for you getting your bag. Oh, I'm all for it. But not this way. Because it never works out in favor. All right, let me get back to it. In 2024 and 2025, that's just last year. This ain't no 10 year. This is recent. I told y'all they spanking people now. They not playing no more. You can't get around. Oh, I was just a hapless victim. No, you're going down too now. Everybody's going down, and now y'all got to just snitch on each other. But you're going down too. You can't just sit on the side like, I didn't know what was going on. I just paid to be in the class. I don't know. What they round you up to, they'll figure it out later. As a further part of the scheme, Hughes allegedly filed false IRS forms 1040, which claimed more than 370 million in refunds based on false tax withholding. It is highly unusual to see any type of withholdings on a 1040 that surpasses $250,000, because anybody that's a high earner that makes 250 or more a year, or makes 500,000, or has income in which 250,000 was withheld, which is highly unusual, they would have their structure totally different. Come on, man. When are you ever seeing $250,000 withheld on any transaction? So it's not the fact that what you're saying is true, what they're teaching is correct. The IRS is looking at this like, this doesn't make sense. But I bet you every single one of these teachers, just like this person, told his students that the law says he can do it. And this is when I dissect what they're saying. I'm always looking for their source. I get past all those big shiny $500 words that they're using, and I get to the source. Point me to your source. They never want to do it. They never want to do it. They never want to do it. Point me to your source. They never want to do it. All right, y'all. Let's get to this one. Whew. Hughes allegedly received approximately 6.2 million in tax refunds. Oh man. Man. And just for once again, that is done because there's a way that you can bypass the IRS's control system. If you feel, disclaimer, do not attempt this. I'm telling you, you can attempt it all you want. You're not going to enjoy it. And if you think, well, I'm just going to try because I really need to do something, you're going to find your ass like this too. If you fill out a 1099 in the name of a mortgage company, and you put the income, and then you put the withholding there, and you send that to the IRS, and then you double back and file your tax return with your copy of it, the computer is going to see that the 1099s match up, and the system is going to generate the refund check for that withholding amount. But the IRS is going to double back and verify. So if you're sending that 1099 in the name of the finance company or the bank, then you know that the bank didn't do it. So you know there is no actual money there that was withheld. And that's the thing. They know they're committing fraud. And this is what they teach y'all day in and day out, to commit fraud. I don't care about learning our rights, the private side, private bank, estate and trust, private equity. They're teaching you how to commit fraud. That's all they're doing. That's all the teachers amount to, is fraud. Securities fraud with the QSIPs. Trust fraud with these trust theories. IRS tax fraud with the forms. Mortgage fraud with the certified funds checks to pay your bills. Financial fraud with writing that verbiage, passing it off as payment on the bills that you don't want to pay. It's all fraud. But I'm the bad guy because I say it. I'm not the bad guy because I say it. I'm the bad guy because I'm forcing people to come back to reality. That's why. Most people rather believe and think and be in good hopes that they're going to get this money because of what they need the money for. So when I pop that balloon and they come to the realization that there's some chance that they may not get the money because what I'm saying it's too logical and it's causing doubt to creep in their mind, they immediately remove themselves from me because they don't want what I'm saying to creep in. But these are look at that mindset. Look at that mindset. And then wonder why people are crying online that they're getting scammed and nobody has the remedy. No, it's your intent is blocking you from discovering the remedy or hooking yourself up with someone that can help you progress to your understanding of the remedy, because the remedy is the understanding. The actual results that you're looking for are a byproduct of understanding. Like, I don't want to pay a bill anymore. Okay. You don't want to pay a bill. Let's say auto. You don't want to pay your auto bill anymore. Okay. Well, first of all, you have to justify why you are legally not entitled to pay. Number one. And then you have to prove that from an accounting standpoint. Number two. Then you have to state your claim. Number three. Then you have to get it enforced in court. Number four. Because here's the difference. Ask yourself right now, right today. What would happen if you stopped making your auto payments for 90 days? What would happen if you go 90 days without making an auto payment? What would go? What would happen? Now, I haven't made an auto payment in 90 days. But you notice ain't nothing happened to me. You notice I ain't get no notice of intent to sell, opportunity to occur, letters and emails. I haven't got that 2-week statement that they send you before your auto payments due. Remember that? Yeah, the last one I got was August 15th. There's no past due balance on my account. There's no phone calls, no letters. Going to the app, it's the same thing. NA, non applicable. But I haven't made a payment since July 1st. You see what I'm saying with understanding? Notice how me not paying is a part of the whole claim. This ain't the end of it because I'm still in litigation. But you notice that my obligation to pay has ceased as just part of what happens naturally through understanding. And they're still reporting to the credit bureau as current. You see, that's not because I found some document, I learned the tricks of the trade. Well, I did. But you know why that happens? Because I understand. I took the time to understand. So that's why I teach understanding, because understanding is more valuable than the outcomes that you seek. The outcomes that you seek are automatically going to start taking place when you have understanding. Here's the thing. Understanding cannot be sped up because you want it to be sped up. Understanding happens through repetition. How long will it take you? It may take you 6 months. It may take you 2 years. It may take you 3 years. It may take you 5 years. It may take you 1 year. It may take you 18. But none of that matters. Because once you finally understand it, you will be an unmovable force. And you'll be able to speak with the conviction and confidence that I can, as a living witness of what happens when you have understanding. Living witness.
You're rocking with the best.
Not no. All right, y'all. I got a new process this week. All right, y'all. We got some new way to do it. All right, sign up. You ain't got to pay a bill again. No, see, every class is led with you don't have to do this no more. It's giving a false sense of security because you not having to do this is not even what's going on. Your obligation to pay, it's not like you just don't owe anymore. And that's what we got to get out that poverty mindset. Don't owe anymore. No, because everything we do is from a highly advanced accounting standpoint, meaning my right to set off is being enforced. There ain't just no, you don't got to pay a bill anymore. We set off obligations over here, converting our debt into equity. And it's backed by the accounting mandates, it's backed by the rules and regulations, and it's backed by court precedents. Court precedents.
You're rocking with the best.
Court precedents. Controlling cases from both state and federal court. A lot of people tell me what I'm doing is so groundbreaking and legendary, but you know what I tell them? What I'm doing, the top securitization attorneys in the world, the top attorneys on Wall Street, this ain't nothing but standard to them. This is normal filings for them. When I'm filing as a consumer, it's nothing but it's normal in their world. Now, Wall Street world, this is what I'm doing is nothing spectacular. They filed like this, regulatory filings, the FCFPB, all of them. This is normal. Oh, this is normal. This is a set standard. But look what you have to know before that becomes your new normal. And that's what we go over my Supreme Elite Team group, the foundation. You can try to speed this up, whatever you want. But if you plan on taking the reins for yourself one day, you got to lay that foundation. And you may have to uproot the foundation that you have now. Maybe the foundation that you have now is not the right one. And there's nothing wrong with going back to the drawing board. You know how many times Coca-Cola had to go back to the drawing board before he finally got it right? Do you know how many times all these great companies and brands that are part of the American culture, do you know that it took them years before they got it down pat? Watch it on the History Channel. Brands that built America. All the original stories of all the ones who created it. One common denominator, they never gave up when it got tough. They stayed at it. They sacrificed for it all. They risked it all. And when that opportunity came, they all capitalized on it. See, that's what I prepare people for every day. As long as you're an adult, as long as you have a social security number, and as long as you meet the minimum requirements for lending, you're always going to have the opportunity. As long as you're in some type of financing, student loans, auto loans, credit cards, a mortgage, whatever, consolidated debt, as long as you have the ability to meet the pre-approval stage or get approved, there's your new opportunity. There's your new opportunity. And why do we study the way we do? It's not just for our original presentment. It's anticipated defenses, what they're going to say, and we prepare for legal war because it's all legal warfare. And if you don't understand what legal warfare it is and no court procedure, you don't even belong in the you don't belong in the lane. I don't care what you got to say or think about it. You know what I'm saying is true, and for the people that's being mad, they don't like what I'm saying is true because they know it sounds like, damn, this is an uphill battle. It's only an uphill battle if you thought you were supposed to get something quick and fast out of this space. Because if you thought that was true, they lied to you. Everybody is going to bite on something that's quick, fast. All you gotta do is send something in. You don't gotta understand. The 99% takes that route. Only the 1% actually takes my route. The 1% You could find a good majority of them in my Telegram group. That's where a lot of the 1%ers at. They're in my group. Hughes also allegedly promoted this scheme to at least 17 other taxpayers, collecting various fees from them in exchange for his assistance. Told you, it's the teacher. From at least 5 taxpayers, Hughes allegedly demanded 10% of the refund they received, but instructed that the payments be made to brother outreach trust, another purported trust he created and falsely characterized as a charitable donation. As alleged, Hughes received approximately $568,704.45 from the taxpayers who had utilized his scheme. I know most people looking at now, damn, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But that's the problem right there. You're just looking at the money. You're not looking at the ramifications behind it. See, that's godlike when you're looking at the ramifications behind it, knowing that that is money that all of us would love to have right now, but still being like, nah, I don't want to do it. That see, that's wisdom and discernment. So everybody that bit this apple from this person here, they lack wisdom and discernment. And this is what I mean. Majority of people in these spaces don't even know what those terms mean because they never exercise them in their everyday lives anyway. So not only are they a danger to themselves, they're dangers to others around them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You don't think I got copies of these schemes? You don't think people send me copies of these schemes? I got one dude was so pressed to show me he got a check. He sent me everything that he sent. I got copies of multiple variations of these schemes. I know exactly what to do to bypass the IRS internal system and have a check generated fast, kicked out the door. Do you think I did it? Nope. Do you think I taught it to my group? Nope. Nope. Funds that you receive in life that are ill gains are always going to have that blood, that proverbial blood on it. And any property that you buy for your spouse, your loved ones, your friends, especially if it's a house or something that they need, guess what? When the roosters come home, they taking that too. Now look at the confusion and pain that it may be caused to your loved ones that actually needed that house, was living in that house. They didn't know what's going on. They just look at it as you doing something nice for them. They get accustomed to that house. They get comfortable in that house. And then the government comes and snatches it all from them one day. Everything in that path of what you touch and everybody around you is going to feel the effects of your decisions. But this is the part where people leave because this is the part where they think I'm talking directly about them or talking directly to them because deep down inside, they know what I'm saying is true. It's like they think I made them. It's like I'm talking right to their soul. It's like, damn, he talking right about me. I know, damn, that is me. My inner intent, that's what I really am here for, the quick money. I don't really want to learn for real. I just be spending money hoping that somebody show me, yep, that's exactly what I'm here for. Man, he don't know what he talking about. I'm gonna leave. Mm-hmm. 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 But I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still progressing. My group's still progressing. My group's still progressing. We still here. We are still here. My group members are getting results. My group members are getting results. Not just me. My group members are getting results too. Remember, it's always the teacher that gets results, but the students who take his class never really ever seem to get any foundation. Now, here's the thing. Results come on their own time. In every case, is different. I get that. But you notice how out of all these classes people take and all these teachers they follow and all these packets they take, purchase, the purchase order, you notice how two things that are very prevalent. One of them is they're always buying things that or taking classes or courses that promotes or advocates getting goods and services, buying property, real estate without the use of real legal tender money. And then get you to play the semantics game with them, knowing that in your everyday life, we know what legal tender money is. We know what it is when we go to 7-Eleven. We know what it is when we pay our bills. We know what it is when we pay our auto. We know what it is when we pay our mortgage. But when it comes to after taking that class, now you want to have a big semantics game about what money is. You see that? And here's the other thing that's prevalent. The people always leave the class still with no foundation or understanding. They leave the class with money spent and nothing coming about. But one of the main things that they never pay attention to is that they never really learn anything of substance. So if you spend years on that in that cycle, it's not surprising that you could find yourself in this space for 5, 6, 7 years and you never really left first base. The only thing that just surpassed was the years and the money you spent. But you never really learned anything of substance. Think about that. Like, have you ever really learned anything of substance that you could start building on your own? I don't know. That's the answer. It's a question for you to answer. In total, Hughes is alleged to have caused a total tax loss to the IRS of approximately $13 million. Oh, you should have known they was coming after you. Hughes was charged with mail fraud, making false claims, filing false tax returns, and assisting in the preparation of false tax returns. If convicted, he faces a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison for mail fraud and maximum penalty of 5 years in prison for each count of making false claims for refund, a maximum penalty of 3 years in prison for each count of filing false tax returns, and a maximum penalty of 3 years in prison for each count of aiding and assisting in the preparation and presentment of false tax returns. A federal district court judge will determine any sentence after considering the U.S. sentencing guidelines and other statutory factors. He is going to plead out to 10 years. He better cop to the 10, pay that restitution back, come back home, and start all over again. It was all good when he had those millions. It was all good. Life is always good, but it never seems to be worth it when it comes back around, when it comes back full circle. See, you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't even have to agree with what I'm saying. But if you are honest with yourself, you know that over here with the Supreme Elite team, based on the information provided, based on all the facts and circumstances lined up, based on how I give it out, based on how in depth that I get into, and based on the professional like level from that standard in which I teach from, you cannot deny that.
You're rocking with the best.
Even this, even the standards of banking. That's another thing that people, those banking rules and those banking regulations, those standards, they don't give any of us a private right of action. They don't give us a private right of action. You study the banks for the sole purpose of understanding what's going on. That's it. I would not advise you to study the banks for whatever you're trying to do, because that means you are studying to do something. If you are going to study, you study just for the sake of obtaining knowledge. Don't put don't put it in your mind, I'm trying to do this, so let me study this. No, you study just to study. Whatever you do after that is automatically going to formulate due to your understanding, which was aided by your repetition of continuous studying and investigation. Whatever you're trying to get out of it, it's automatically going to happen naturally as a result of your understanding. You don't have to put the cart before the horse. Do everything that you do for understanding first. All that other stuff is going to come. All of it's going to come. But here's one of the pearls of understanding. You can't, there's no time limit on when you understand. It's a broad term. It's a very tricky thing that requires a lot of context. You're not going to understand the whole system in the whole world. You have to understand everything that pertains to you. And just when you think you figured it all out, there's like 10 other things that you didn't even know was there that you need to know. I've been there, done that. I'm telling you, just because you uncovered this today does not mean that you're ready to go tomorrow. I'm telling you, so many people make that mistake. They get a little bit of new information. Now they think they got it all. Get smacked back down to reality. Now they got to restudy again. Oh, this was the piece I was missing. I'm ready to go now. Nope. It's not one thing that you have to know. It's multiple things that you have to know at the same time, and then taken all together along with the facts and circumstances. That's when you get the picture. Okay, so let me run it down. You have to know, let's say, a simple auto transaction. You have to know securities laws and securities disclosures related to those laws, related to those instruments. You have to know advanced accounting. You have to know how to read a balance sheet. You have to know the rules and regulations governing your transactions from an IRS standpoint and from a consumer law standpoint and from the mandates from an accounting standpoint. Then you have to learn state law regards to your transaction, and then federal law regards to your transaction. Then you got to research case precedents and court cases regarding transactions and similar to yours, and state laws and state court cases regarding. Then you got to study the federal rules of civil procedure. You got to learn the court rules. You got to learn the motions, pleadings, discovery, rules of evidence. You see, all of those things is what you have to know. And that, in Wall Street world, that is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum of what you have to know. That's the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum. You have to know securitization from an accounting standpoint. First, you got to understand all the players to the game. That's one of the main. You got to understand all the players to the game. What are their functions? And then you have to understand the multiple transactions that are taking place with regards to your transaction. There's really about 15 going on at the same time, but I shorten it down to the four important ones. So there's four transactions going on at the same time. We have to identify each transactions and the rules and regulations at each stage of the transaction because accounting is where they hide a lot of things. Once we understand the other transactions, then we see our transaction for what it really is. And my understanding, the way I've seen it, the way my research, the way my talking to my securities broker friend and the ex SEC attorney, from what I see now and what I advocate to my group, what is said on your contract does not mean what you think it means. That is a contract with two sets of different languages built into it. That contract, okay, let me just say this. Whatever's on your contract, and none of that went down that way. It never took place. It never happened. Nope, it never happened. Never happened that way. So, given the fact that most people still want to bring in claims based on the contract, you're falling right into their trap. Want to know why? Because it's all going to boil back to this. Did you agree to pay? Yes. Did you pay? No. Judgment. What are we talking about here? And it's right in front of, like, whether it's the TILA disclosures, it's right in front of there. They put all that in the formulistic styling of the contract. But I'm looking at the face of each contract and it's saying something totally different. As a matter of fact, you have to be able to identify all the hidden charges and fees. Oh, it's not on your contract. You ain't gonna find it there. You see all what goes into it? Yeah, I'm telling y'all, I'm almost 13 years in it. So this is like second nature to me. A lot of you haven't put in the time I put in, so this is why it's so easy for me to say it. But when you're actually going through it, it is nowhere near as easy as you think it has. How I'm making it sound. Do you know how many different definitions that you have to go over? Do you know how many different terms that you're going to have to learn that you never even use in your everyday life? Like you have to know the terms on how they use it. You got to know the terms how they define it. Because if you think going in there, you're looking for terms like my auto, my mortgage contract, my deed of trust, they give them totally different names when they account for them. They give them all totally different names. And those names are used interchangeably. They all change. I'm telling you, and you literally gotta follow your transaction, your payments all the way through. You gotta follow it all the way through as it moves through the tunnel of a securitization. And even once you do all that, you still can't come into court and say illegal securitization. You still can't even come to court and say that. Oh, the securitization was illegal. Uh-oh, you lost. You can't even come to court and say that. You literally cannot come to court and say, oh, it was securitized. Now I don't owe anymore. Nope. In order for you to not legally have to pay a so-called debt, you have to prove to the court from a legal standpoint in which the court recognized why you legally withheld payment. And the number one word that people want to use after they're already being sued, already being taken to court, they want to use this word, 5-letter word, fraud. The mere fact that everybody wants to use the word fraud is the number one reason why their claims get thrown out. Want to know why? Because the moment that you use the word fraud, that word fraud alone is subject to a heightened pleading standard, meaning the threshold has been raised, the bar has been raised. And if you don't meet that bar from the heightened pleading standards, when they use the word fraud, your case can and will get thrown out for failure to state a claim. You cannot make fraud or vague assertions. You can't make legal conclusions. And I'm telling you, and I was dealing with federal court on the criminal side first. Yeah, you pro se. Yeah, you may get a little wiggle room, but I'm telling you, you have to be on your A game at all times. Because any mistake that you make, something that you didn't know or you wasn't aware of, their lawyers know. And they're going to dismiss your case, or they're going to file their motions and get you tricked up off a procedure violation. If you don't know the court rules, their lawyers are going to know you don't know. And they're not even going to argue back and forth with the case. They're just going to file a motion dismiss because you didn't follow procedures. And a lot of cases get thrown out from pro se litigants right at the beginning stages for failure to state a claim, because the way they form their claims are always the claims or the format and the manner in which the courts tell you not to do. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about with this court. But in the meantime, between time, yeah, I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. Give me a second. Let's switch over to the laptop. I'm going to switch over to the laptop. I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about with this court. Give me show you what from the courts, what they're saying. I'm going to show you what they're talking about from the courts and exactly why a lot of people will never, I ain't gonna say never, but don't survive the Rule 12b-6 motion. All right, so y'all give me, I just gotta set it all up. So go get a break, stick around. I'm gonna play this for now. Once I get it set up, I'm gonna get right into the court. If you have not signed up for this groundbreaking webinar, you still have an opportunity to sign up. Watch for updates and check the community tab on YouTube and check the posts and stories on TikTok at thomas.legacy5 for registration requirements. Tune in now for the sneak peek of the Supreme Elite team. Troy, before I continue, is any part of the letter that you sent and all that, does that have to do even a morsel of what we go over in class?
Absolutely. It's got all of the core principles that you've taught. I attacked them in their private capacity as a private phone thing. And I followed it through, and I showed them the amount that where my loan package is in, and that it was 180 something million. I showed them that I put some bullet points together, showing them how it was not when it went through that it violated all the principles according to
Yep.
And that it was after
Yep.
the point that I signed the contract.
Yep.
Okay. And so they violated the contract and not having. I did it all. Yes.
Yep. The main elements that we go over in class night in and night out. Troy, what do you think? Yep. All right, y'all. So I am about to come on the. Yep. So I'm here. All right, hold on 1 second. How about now? Okay. All right. Bet. All right. We here. We are back. Can y'all? I think everybody can hear me. Cash App. Messages. You want your message highlighted? Got to do it like the super sticker or whatever. $1.99, $5.99 to the Cash App. No, $10 or more. Your message will be read or questions will be read to the Cash App. So if I haven't responded to any messages, that's why. All right, so we are going to. All right, so yeah, so basically, after you have all your elements and your ducks in a row, that's one part of it. Like you got to have that already straight before you even want to come and exercise your rights. Because here's the thing, you can't just come at them and say the bank violated my right, and do all this administrative stuff, because an administrative process is enforced in court. You get that? You get that? If you don't have any court enforcement, your administrative process means nothing. All right, so let me pull it up. All right, let's see what this one says. An administrative process means nothing if you don't have the ability to enforce it in court. And the thing that frustrates me with a lot of these teachers is that they all tell you to stay away from court. Well, bringing a lawsuit that they respect is kind of what gets them on their toes. You think you're just going to keep sending them documents administratively all day and then nothing worked? And what you think? You got to show them that you mean business and show them that you know what you're talking about and show them that they may be exposed. But you don't get there unless you have all the evidence and the information. That's why research is so important. Now, this is from February 2024 this year. Strengthening the pleading standards under Rule 12b-6. Hold on. Can y'all see? Hold on. I'm going to have to do something. Let me see if I can do it like this. Yeah, that's cool. Y'all should be able to see that there. Yeah, y'all should be able. I think y'all should be able to see that. All right, so under Rule 12b-6, this is the rule or the statute that a lot of cases are getting thrown out, which are filed by pro se defense litigants. The reason why, going pro se, you may have to, is because the odds of you finding an attorney that's going to put this together in this fashion for you are slim to none. If you're in my Supreme Elite Team group, I dropped quite a few pages of my motion. I've spoken to the lawyer about this. The average lawyer don't even know all this is going on. They're not even going to make those arguments for you. That's just what it is. And this is one of the pearls of knowing a lot and not being in that world. You literally going to have to do a lot of things on your own. In the case of John Robert Hunter Jr. versus J.P. Morgan Chase, Freddie Mac presents a critical examination of the pleading standards required under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 12b-6. In this matter, Hunter, pro se, brought forward claims against two major financial institutions. Now, right there does play a part. Two major financial institutions. It does play a part. It's not about you not stating your claim, but in a lot of cases, you kind of got to dress those claims up instead of being straight up like fraud and this. You got to dress it up. Trust me, y'all. None of us are bigger than the system. None of us are bigger than the system. Alleging breaches involving contract, fiduciary duties, violation of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, and TILA, as well as unreasonable debt collection practices. The central issues were around whether Hunter's pleadings sufficiently allege the facts necessary to state a viable claim and whether any new evidence or arguments could be considered on appeal. So, the central issues, whether his pleadings sufficiently allege the facts necessary to state a claim. So it's not the facts themselves. It's does these facts actually state a claim? So when people say the modern money mechanics and their mortgage or they took the promissory note deposit, that's not stating facts that are stating a claim. That's not asserting facts that are stating a claim. I'm telling you, what happens, what we know versus passing a court sufficiency test are two totally different animals. The background of the case sets a tone for a broader discussion on the adequacy of factual pleadings in complex financial and mortgage-related disputes in any transaction dealing with securitization. By default, is a complex transaction. It is anything that's dealing with finances and securitization. It's complex. This is why I get frustrated when these teachers come online giving this vague, simplified breakdown of a securitization. They're setting their students up for failure. And all the stuff that I told y'all that you needed to know, y'all, that was just like 8 or 9 of the things. You mean it's really is more than that, to be honest with you, depending on the situation. The Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit affirmed the district court's dismissal of Hunter's claims. Specifically, the appellate court agreed that Hunter's complaint failed to allege facts showing that either Chase or Freddie Mac acted or failed to act in a manner that breached any contractual or fiduciary obligations. I didn't read this case, but just going by my experience, normally people will say breach of fiduciary duty, breach of this, and they'll just throw the word in there, but they never expound on it in detail that can actually support that claim, because online, that's all you see the teachers tell people to say. Just say this or say this, say. There's no background. There's no, there's just nothing there with it. Additionally, his claims under RESPA and regarding unreasonable debt collection were deemed insufficient. lacking necessary factual predicates. The court also dismissed the allegations made under TILA, noting that they were time barred and not properly briefed on appeal. Procedure violations. Yeah. So when I say proceed, I'm telling you, that's the procedure. Procedural violations. You cannot just bring a TILA claim up whenever you want. There's a statute of limitations on TILA claims, unless you can prove the equitable tolling. Meaning that you did not know of the violations until after the year statute of limitations decrease. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, I ain't been dealing with the court system for 17 years. I don't know what I'm talking about, though. As a result, all claims were dismissed pursuant to Rule 12b-6, and the final judgment was upheld. Precedent cited. And these are the two main cases that I use when I talk about Rule 12b-6 and how to survive them. Ashcroft versus Iqbal. And another one is Twombly versus United States. Why do I use Ashcroft versus Iqbal to set my standards to know, okay, let me see the standards of what I got to do to state a claim? Because this right here, landmark decision. This landmark decision establishes that to survive a 12b-6 motion, a complaint must set forth sufficient factual allegations that make a claim plausible. The emphasis on the plausibility standard was central to assessing the adequacies of Hunter's factual assertions. The next case, Villaria versus Wells Fargo. This case reinforced the idea that a plaintiff must allege facts that would entitle him to relief. You can't just state the facts. The facts have to entitle you to relief, meaning that you have to match your facts up. Okay. I hate to divert, but let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Oh, without a doubt of that, when it comes to civil litigation in federal court, state court, preparing a motion, draft, pleadings, discovery, no teacher out here is messing with me. Not at all. No teacher out here. Man, the ex-SEC attorney said, damn, your brief is better than 90% of attorneys' briefs that I read. My federal lawyer was like, yo, you ain't doing a bad job for a person with no legal background. No, pro se wise, I am unmatched. And I'm not even to my own horn. I am unmatched. The way I can research and dig up their bones in the excavation, shit. Boy, my research and litigation skills are unmatched. So, prime example. Except as otherwise provided or permitted by law, no contract shall be made for the payment of interest on a loan at a rate that exceeds 12% per year. Right? Go down to F. Any contract made in violation of this section is void, and no person shall have the right to collect, receive any principal, interest, fees, or other charges in connected with this contract. So, bam. So my claim is my contract violated the state usury statute, and they don't have the right to collect anymore. As a matter of fact, I'm counterclaiming and suing for 2 times the amount of finance charge based on their willful violations. And I've seen people go into court and try to sue for that and just say it. I'm suing. What happened? Good thing I was on my other camera, my other phone, because I seen it dip off. Y'all should be able to see. All right, there we go. So, and then I hit him. No purchaser shall engage in the business of making loans to individuals for personal, family, and household, other non-business purpose and charge, contract for, receive directly or indirectly, or in connection with any loan and interest charge composition without first having a license. Without first having obtained a license from the commission. So when I did my research, oh, they're not licensed. Oh. Any loans made in violation of this section is void, and no person has the right to collect, receive, or retain any principal, interest, fees, or other charges in connection with the loan. You see what I'm saying? You see the research. This is what I mean by understanding. In my group, that's the understanding. You're not going to need anyone to tell you what to look for. After you leave my group, you're already going to be looking for all these other intangibles that nobody talks about in these spaces. These are intangibles. These are intangibles. That's all I'm going to give on that because they bite. I swear to God. I swear, most people would sit back and wait. For me to do something like this, but won't really invest in themselves and taking the actual proper classes and groups that it will last them a lifetime. So this is why for the longest, I don't show my dot. Listen, I all my court cases, my discovery, all that stuff. Why do you think I don't talk about it on here? Why do you think I don't do it? The reason why I don't do it, because most people don't know the art of investing in your knowledge and understanding. Everybody wants something so favorable to them, and they think that they're going to get the full understanding and the keys to the world for $125. When people that go to school for this spend damn near $15,000 to $60,000, $70,000. And I know it with regards to finances on par with them. You don't believe me? We can get the lawyer's opinion on my briefs and my motion. This is why what it is what it is. The wages are what they are, because you're going to get way more out than what you actually paid. If you apply yourself, this is something that lasts you a lifetime. Keep thinking that you know it all. You can just go get a little piece of it and go do it. Keep thinking that you know it all. Santiago versus Century 21. Now, let's get to the background. The plaintiffs, Hector and Belinda Santiago, right, entered a mortgage loan agreement with defendant Century 21 on June 27, 2006 for $165,000. They received a letter from Hector Santiago on July 2012. Interpreting the letter to the best of the court's ability, it assumes Mr. Santiago was notifying PHH of his request for a payoff statement in his referral of the statement to the IRS Criminal Investigation Division for set-off and closure pursuant to Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, HJR 192, Public Law 7310. Do you see the foolishness already? Pure-breeded foolishness. The IRS has no relation to this. But you know why they say that? Because all he did was follow the sovereign citizen script that everybody thinks the CID is their best friend. And y'all seeing for these indictments lately, they're there to bag you. Mr. Santiago attached what he calls a commercial affidavit to the letter. Remember, affidavits is their new Bible, is their holy grail. The affidavit attempts to set up a legal process by which PHS must respond and rebut, let me guess, each point of the affidavit within 30 days. Just because you tell them they have to respond within 30 days or it stands as true means diddly jack shit. It has no effect. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't give a shit what you read in the Black's Law Dictionary, law of contracts. I don't care. No, I don't care. What you learning from? Who told you this? Who taught you? They told you wrong. 98% of what you told has been wrong. The letter also contains what was described as a payment/issue my credit. See, they always think that they loan their credit to the bank in order for the bank to issue them a loan. Well, let me ask you this a question, because that's a false assumption. That's a false way of looking at it. If you loaned your bank the credit, or you got some place where this credit is at, why didn't you just give the bank the information to the credit so they can tap the account for the principal and interest and get you on your way? You notice how they'll always say that they already received the full amount. Now they want me to pay double. The banks have to spend money on foreclosure. They got to cover the deficit. It's too much headache for them to be in foreclosures. So if I was a bank, and let's say you're a bank, and if someone had a secret account that you could tap into, wouldn't you just tap into it to get the principal and interest and then just send them on their way with the keys and the title and the deed? Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be better? Because I know a banker, and I ran it by him. He was like, hell yeah, we do that. We don't want to deal with people with mortgages. Hell yeah, we'll do that. Hell yeah. So the fact that this conspiracy, oh, they're making us pay twice. It's BS. It's BS. You get a loan for $300,000, got to pay $800 back, and the bank got a way of getting that $800,000. They making their money, investors getting paid. You got the house, everybody's good. There's no, I'm going to continue to make you pay. Come on, man. No. It's a lie. Again, the court interprets the documents to the best of its ability and can only determine the payment is a late payment notice sent to Mr. Santiago from PHH, on which Mr. Santiago attempted to handwrite a money order. Isn't this the same stuff that they tried? Isn't this the same stuff that they tried with the IRS? Handwrite the money order. Every bill that you get is a check. Every bill is a check in the mail. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And I know this is from 2013, but they're still doing the same stuff today. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what I say or what anybody else who, agrees with me says. These people are so far gone down the sovereign hole that it would take an act of God himself to bring them back. Because no matter what, no matter the courts, no matter the IRS, no matter the government, no matter the CFPB, no matter the OCC, the FDIC, no matter what it is, the Bureau of Fiscal Service, no matter everybody saying this is not real, they always think that they're right and the system is just trying to stop them from asserting their rights. And it all goes back to the mindset. They have a closed, very narrow way of thinking about this stuff. PHH responded to Mr. Santiago's letter on July 24, 2012, notifying him that his quote-unquote payment was not a valid money order or check. Just because you slap HJR 192 on your payment doesn't make it a payment. In fact, whatever. PHA attached copies of Santiago's mortgage note and a copy of a payoff statement in an attempt to respond to his concerns, though it admitted to not understanding Mr. Santiago's complaint because they're all incoherent. It's a bunch of words, gibberish slapped together on the paper that, although looks like it makes sense, but has no legal validity. Mr. Santiago sent a document to PHH on August 7, 2012, notice of fault and opportunity to cure. This normally happens when the borrower is behind on the payments, found some group or online post saying you don't have to pay. So what Mr. Santiago is trying to do, which all of them try to do, is find a way to keep the house without being legally responsible for it. Meaning parasite. Get the property, but don't pay for it. And make it seem like it's the bank's fault when they fall behind on their payments. PHA attached copies to the Santiago's mortgage note and a copy of a payoff statement in an attempt to respond to his concern. Oh, I'm sorry. Another affidavit is attached to this document, which attempts to force PHH to either respond to Mr. Santiago's previous affidavit, though it had responded already, or accept renegotiated terms of his choosing. Oh, it's always one-sided. It's never mutual. And yes, he ended up losing this home, playing these sovereign games. Plaintiffs filed the instant case on August 24, 2012 via pro se complaint alleging a tort claim. Number one, he already chose the wrong venue. Number one, when he filled out that civil sheet, all wrong. I'm looking at it right now, all wrong. Standard of review. This is where it gets good. Standard of review. This is the part.
You're rocking with the best.
Standard of review. Judgment on the pleadings is appropriate where there are no material facts in dispute and the moving party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Meaning, when the plaintiff files a complaint, all the evidence is there, everything is there, there's nothing to argue, the defendant can't argue. That's where summary judgment based on the face of the complaint is warranted. And then courts always cite cases to give context to what that means. This is why I love reading court cases. When I first started getting into law, I love reading court cases where people lost more than where people won. Because where people lose, you learn a whole lot from their losses. When considering a motion for judgment on the pleadings, the court must accept all facts in the complaint as true and view them in light most favorable to the plaintiff. This is why I say all these teachers that are saying if you're getting sued and you have to go answer a summons, you do the securitization and you ask for this. You already are behind the 8 ball. And with the Supreme Elite team, we are on the offensive. We're the plaintiffs. Because the plaintiffs gets his complaint viewed in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Why do these teachers on social media, especially TikTok, they all advocate for you to play defensive? Me, we on the offensive as the plaintiff. As the plaintiff. As the plaintiff. Lamont Thomas versus Credit Acceptance Corporation as the plaintiff. Because once I sent that email, I followed up with the lawsuit right behind it. I'm not playing. And that's the mindset you gotta have. You gotta have that straight alpha blood approach. Blood, guts, and gore. That's the only thing they respect. Because ask yourself, how else with credit acceptance at that? I ain't making payments since July 1st. Told them I wasn't making a payment again. And told them they had to see me in court for another payment. And within this time frame, they don't come take the vehicle. Huh? As a matter of fact, let me show you something. Just so you won't think I'm capping. Because a lot of teachers be out here capping. A lot of teachers be out here capping. You know me. I don't need a cap. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Hold on 1 second. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I probably can't see it. The light. You ain't gonna be able to see it. The damn light. Shit. See that? Okay. Well, guess what? You see? Oh my gosh, I really can't see nothing. Damn, you can't see shit. Damn, why is it that? Woo wee! Damn it, man. Can't see shit. Good gracious almighty. Hold on, let me turn this light down a little bit. Why is it that light? You can't see nothing. Hold on. Okay, you should be able to see it. Look at right there. You see down? See, I can't see that. Why is it like that? Well, basically say last payment July 1st, 2025, 310.96, initial balance 22,728, remaining balance in A. Requested payoff quote. Your quote is not available right now. Nothing. Let me get back to see account details. Nothing. Payment due notices. July and August on. Y'all can't see it. Nothing. Nothing. They're not even coming for it. Because they know what's up. They know what's up. They know what's up. Like I said, that's the difference between the new culture empire, and a lot of y'all teachers out here. It's the difference. In real time, as I'm teaching about it, I'm doing it in real life, in real time. I'm doing it. I'm doing it in real time. 90 days, not a payment. Let the average person go 90 days without making a payment. Watch what happens. You'll be going into 7-Eleven, come out, that truck gone, that vehicle gone. When considering a motion for judgment, okay, y'all see all that? I just want to make sure y'all can see. When considering a motion for judgment, on the pleading, dismissal is not appropriate unless the complaint lacks sufficient factual matter to state a facially plausible claim for relief that allows the court to draw a reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the alleged misconduct. Then it has Giles versus United States Parcel Services, Bell Atlantic Corporation versus Twombly. That's the case I meant to say. I say United States versus Twombly. It's Bell Atlantic versus Twombly. Claims asserted under 18 U.S.C. 241. This is why I'm so sick of these sovereigns, because they all want to cite Title 18 like Title 18 is a statute that gives private citizens a right of action, a cause of action. Title 18 is a crimes and punishment statute that the government uses to prosecute people. But individuals like to use Title 18 all the time. Yo, they all do it on TikTok. They don't know what they're talking about. 99% of everybody with a channel out here, they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't. Makes it a crime for two or more persons to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, intimidate any person in any state, yada, yada, yada. It's also a criminal statute meant to prosecute those who, under color of law, any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or the laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on the account of such person being an alien. The court need not spend much time analyzing the plaintiff's claims under these statutes. Criminal statutes provide no basis for civil liability. So why are they citing criminal statutes with your mortgages and your autos and your credit cards? Huh? They do this every day. Go on TikTok all day. 18 USC this, 18 USC this. But look at the context of what they citing for. Is always some type of bill they don't want to pay. Is always some type of financing. Huntley versus Daniels. In other words, an ordinary person does not have standing to bring a criminal case. Like I said, it's reserved for the government. Only a federal or state prosecutor can file criminal charges against a person or entity. If the plaintiffs believe they are victims of a criminal act, they are encouraged to contact the proper law enforcement officials. As a matter of law, plaintiffs' claims under 18 U.S.C. 241 are due to be dismissed. Come on, man. I say the same shit these judges say day in and day out. I'm saying the same things. See, they don't want to listen to me. They rather let the judge do this. And here go another statute. If I see 15 USC 1692 cited vaguely one more time, because they never, ever, ever, ever give you any court case context to back up your 15 USC 1692. They never add court cases for context. They just tell you to cite it. Y'all, just because you cite it doesn't make it factual. Plaintiff also lists 15 U.S.C. 1692, Federal Debt Collection Procedures Act, as a basis for the court's jurisdiction. The FDCPA provides a civil remedy when any debt collector fails to comply with any provision of this subchapter. To prove a FDCPA claim, a plaintiff must prove that 1, she has been the object of collection activity arising from consumer debt. 2, the defendant is a debt collector as defined by the FDCPA. And 3, the defendant has engaged in an act or omission prohibited by the FDCPA. Then sending you a bill saying you owe us and you haven't paid is not violating that. What other teacher is even telling you or bringing court cases as part of their repertoire outside of the same 5 cases from the 17 and 1800s? If anybody in 2025 is filing a lawsuit pro se and they only cite 2 cases the whole time in their arguments, and those 2 cases are dated to 1809, 1910, sovereign citizen filing. The defendant's identity and function as a mortgage servicer is fatal to the plaintiff's claim. The plaintiffs did not dispute that the defendant is a mortgage servicer. The debt in question is a mortgage loan that originated with the defendant. It is well established that mortgage servicers do not fall within the definition of a debt collector. Told you, all the wrong arguments on a mortgage. Y'all want me to read a mortgage lawsuit? $50 to the Cash App, I will read a mortgage lawsuit. Or not, you pay to get to the Supreme Elite Team group. I've done enough just by giving out information for free. I've done enough. The definition of a debt collector under FDCPA is any person who uses any instrumentality of interstate commerce or mails in any business the principal purpose for which a collection of any debts, or who regularly collects or attempts to collect directly, indirectly debts owed or due or asserted to be owed or due to another. However, the definition explicitly excludes any person collecting or attempting to collect any debt owed or due or asserted to be owed or due another to the extent such activity is incidental to a bona fide fiduciary obligation or a bona fide escrow agreement. Concerns about a debt which was originated by such person, concerns a debt which was not in default at the time it was obtained by such person, or concerns a debt obtained by such person as a secured party in a commercial credit transaction involving the creditor. So I told you, he cited Section 1692 just like everybody else does, and they don't even know if it applies to their case or not. As seen in clear language, and this is why people don't read, as seen in the clear language of the FDCPA definitions, an enforcer of a security interest, such as a mortgage company foreclosing on mortgage of real property, falls outside the ambit of the FDCPA. And in the case of Bentley versus Bank of America, concluding that plaintiffs' claims under the FDCPA should be dismissed because neither defendants are debt collectors as contemplated by the statute, which explicitly excludes mortgage servicing companies. They got their own statutes for mortgage servicing companies, but they all believe, oh, they're a debt collector. Oh, this is a debt collector. Oh, debt collector. Oh. I'm telling you, the monkey see, monkey do telephone, just because a lot of people say the same thing never makes it true. Just because they got 500,000 followers and 20,000 hearts and likes on their posts doesn't mean they're giving accurate information. But the average person will measure the accuracy by those two things I just stated, whether if a lot of people are saying the same thing or do they have a lot of followers. Those are the ones. That's how whether your information is correct or not is measured. And then people wonder why they still have no results. The plaintiff cite to Bridge versus Ocean Federal Bank. In that case, the defendants were found to fall into the definition of a debt collector because the servicer treated the debt as if it were in default from the time it began to service the loan. The plaintiffs have claimed no such fact here and have not disputed the fact showing the opposite as put forth by the defendants. This is where the understanding comes into play and the context of the cases that you cite. The judge just broke down the context of what this case means. They cited it. The people that the plaintiffs cited this case, but they never actually read the case to get the context. Because if they would have read the case, then they would have been like, well, my situation doesn't match up with this case, so I can't cite this case. No, there's no context. There's no interpretation. Just copy and paste the case on the paper and send it in. Oh, hold on. All right, here we go. It came apart. I don't know why I did that by itself. All right, here we go. Now we got those parts out the way. Now here's the second part. Because I'm pretty sure that that's exactly, I knew it was hitting here anyway. Other claims of jurisdictional issues asserted through sovereign citizen theories. How many times I have to tell y'all, this is the federal courts. They're going to sniff that sovereign citizen stuff right from the gate. After the motion for judgment on the pleadings came under submission and after court had begun to consider the arguments of the parties, Hector Santiago filed an additional brief in support of their motion for summary judgment. Now, they're either listening to somebody online or they paid somebody for the document. Because if you think this person actually researched the court rules before he filed this motion, they never do. 98% of these pro se litigants never followed the court rules when they filed their motions. On March 4, 2013, which will be referred to as the March brief. The March brief is of different substance than the earlier brief of the same doc filed on January 30th. The January brief. As noted earlier, the plaintiff filed no summary judgment motion prior to either brief claiming to support such motion. The court will consider the plaintiff's arguments with the leniency and liberal reading due pro se plaintiffs, meaning we're just going to, we know all this shit is wrong, but we're going to try to make the best argument we can for him because all this shit should be dismissed right now, by the way. But since they're pro se, we got to give them a little leeway. The court notes that, and here's the thing, the plaintiff filed no summary judgment motion prior to either brief claiming to support such motion. Didn't even know the procedure. Where's your motion for summary judgment attached to the complaint? I did with mine. Just like I do with damn near everybody else's if the case warranted. Notice how, look, you see that? See, with the Supreme Elite team, you ain't got to wait for us to do that. See if we're going to do that. That's automatic. Want to know why? Because I read the court rules, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. The court knows that even if the plaintiff's briefs were construed as motions, they would not be entitled to relief because such motions will be denied for many of the same reasons that the defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings is being granted, as well as other readings. The January, and I don't want to hear, well, they're not going to show the ones where people win. Yes, they do. I got over 50 cases where people won their mortgages. I got over 50 cases in my files, which I use as teaching points in my webinars in my Supreme Elite Team group. I got over 50. So what's up with that argument there? The January brief contains a list of undisputed facts, quote unquote, which begins with the assertion that the plaintiff is not pro se and is making a special appearance. That is typical sovereign citizen rhetoric. Only a lawyer, a licensed lawyer, can make a special appearance on behalf of the defendant. You cannot come in court yourself and say you're making a special appearance. A special appearance is reserved for a lawyer when the defendant doesn't show up. The court will remind the plaintiff that when they willingly filed their complaint and paid the filing fee to institute the current action, thus submitted themselves to the jurisdiction of the court. They don't even understand what they're doing. You paid the filing fee, submitted the documents. You already gave the court jurisdiction to hear your claims. You can't. The courts don't have the jurisdiction when they don't go in your way, but they got jurisdiction when they give you what you want. These are grown adults, by the way, y'all. After voluntarily invoking the jurisdiction of this court, the plaintiffs are not free to create their own rules and, like all other litigants, must abide by the rules of the court. What do I always hammer? You must always follow the court rule.
You're rocking with the best.
The problem is most people don't follow the court rules because they don't ever read the court rules. Because if they were to read the court rules, they would know that this is what they would have to learn. This is what they would have to learn. This is what they would have to learn. Serving. How to serve. They would have to learn serving and filing pleadings. See all that? They would have to learn that. And then they would have to learn pleadings allowed. What type of motions and pleadings are allowed. See? Yeah. Special pleading matters. See? Form of pleading. See? They have to learn the form of pleading. Signing, defense, objections. See? They have to learn. This is where it talks about failure to state a claim, lack of subject matter jurisdiction. You see? And then there are amended complaints. See, they have to learn about the amended complaints. Then pre-trial conferences, scheduling. They have to understand the rules for that. Modify the discovery. See all this? See all this? And these are just you see all this? Rules of discovery. Rules of discovery. You gotta learn the rules of discovery. You see? You see all this? See all this? Huh? You see all this? Huh? You see all this that you gotta know? Huh? 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 See all these cases? All these narratives? Huh? This is all on discovery. Huh? And you wonder why people go straight to the administrative claim. It's too much for them. 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 That's why they all do administrative. It's too much for them. That is too much for the average person. They don't got the time to sit there and read all that. You don't want to win. Told you, most people say they want to win. They just want the idea of winning, of what they'll get from the win. But actually doing the work to win, few far in between. Laziness. Yeah, I read all that. I've read the court rules. Took notes, got a whole binder full of notes. Objections, trial, third voir, questions for the jury, all that. Because that's what the lawyers know. This is what the lawyers go to school for. The lawyers go to school for this. It's what the lawyers go to school to learn. Their first year law school, this is all they're going over. Error. What is a harmless error? Entering judgment, declaratory judgment, summary judgment. You see? Yeah. See? What you standards you got to meet to put in a motion for summary judgment. Huh? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? A lot of people just so caught up, and this is how I want to, the allure of just winning. But they don't know what it really takes to win. If coming through the door, if I would have laid the whole blueprint of what people have to do to win and typed it on paper, it'd probably be about 15, 20 pages of what you have to know. And that's being light, because the accounting could easily take up 20 pages by itself. Yeah, dead serious. Dead serious. It's not a game. This is why most 99, if you are not a licensed attorney, I'm going to say 0.5%, especially in this sector, in these spaces, nobody can swim in my bathwater with a motion or lawsuit. No one. No one. No one. I am damn near the closest thing that you're going to get to a lawyer as far as court presentment, the motions, the styles, the pleadings, the discoveries, the admissions, the interrogatories, the conference, the arguments, the jury instructions, the jury questions, knowing the different rules, all in the midst of trial. Plaintiffs are not free to create their own rules and, like other litigants, must abide by the rules of the court. If the plaintiff would like to withdraw themselves from the jurisdiction of the court would gladly accept a voluntary motion to dismiss their claims. I would never have this crap from any of my clients in front of a judge. Never. And believe it or not, most of my clients, I have to save them from themselves. I literally have to no, we're not doing that. No. You pay me, right? Okay. We're not doing that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. But yeah, I don't give a damn if you read it. It's fucking National Smithsonian. It doesn't work. We're not going that way. Do you want to win? You want to win, right? Okay. This has to be structured, strategized correctly. We have to take It's just chess. In court, it's all chess. Moves, counter moves, acts, counter acts. You paid me, right? You get in the passenger seat. I'm driving this ship now. Or unless you can go read all the federal court rules and you can go do this shit yourself. But I'm telling you, no, it doesn't work. And that's what most of y'all need. Instead of people coming online and telling you what you want to hear every 5 seconds. The March brief contains a document titled Affidavit of Stuff. God, fucking Jesus Christ. And this is what they're submitting in court in 2025. He did this 12 years ago. A document titled Affidavit of Status as Secure Party and Creditor. Neither Belinda Santiago's name nor signature appear anywhere in the March brief, though the court will assume she is still party to the instant case. From the court's most careful reading of the March brief, it appears that Hector Santiago is attempting to establish 2 separate identities for itself. How would the court even come to that conclusion unless they've already seen it before? Smitty's, what's up? Famous Nobodies, what's up? Sean, what's up? The One, what's up? Gotta go, what's up? Tim Hector R. Santiago, a legal entity for use in commerce. This looks like his social security number. And 2, Tim T.M. Hector Raleigh Santiago, a living natural male in secure party. Mr. Santiago attempts to invalidate any contracts that list his name in all capital letters and establish his sentient, flesh and blood, non-corporate natural man, Hector Santiago. Name has not been authorized for use by any agency or person. You know what the problem with that is? They never had a problem at the beginning of the mortgage. It's always when they're behind. This is nothing more, just like the rest of them, a trick to get out of their obligations. He doesn't really believe this, y'all. From the nature of plaintiff's arguments, as well as the affidavit sent, notice how the term affidavits, quotation marks. Want to know why? Because affidavits are a hallmark of a sovereign citizen instead of motions and discovery requests and a request for admissions, interrogatories, subpoenas. They use affidavits. Sent to the defendant, the court recognizes that the Santiagos adhered to the beliefs of the sovereign citizen movement. An excerpt from Bryant versus Washington Mutual Bank is helpful for understanding the theoretical basis of plaintiff's arguments. This is the same in Bryant versus Washington Mutual Bank. The reason why a lot of courts cite that case, because the judge did a hell of a job of breaking down what it means. Regardless if it's taxes, regardless if it's a mortgage, auto, credit card, student loan, judgment, affidavit, status correction, this is the inner belief of everyone. Well, 98% of people online in these spaces, this sums up their inner beliefs. Though they will never admit it, they will never say they're a sovereign citizen, they will never claim it, they always say they're not, they will deny it, but deep down inside within themselves, this is what they really believe. The foundation of plaintiff's claims is equal parts revisionist legal history and conspiracy theory. Supposedly, prior to the passage of the 14th Amendment, there were no U.S. citizens. Instead, people were only citizens of their individual states. Even after the passage of the 14th Amendment, U.S. citizenship remains optional. The federal government, however, however, hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, we back. However, has tricked the populace into becoming U.S. citizens by entering into contracts embodied in such documents as birth certificates and social security cards. With these contracts, an individual unwittingly creates a fictitious entity, i.e., the U.S. persons, that represents but is separate from the real person. Through these contracts, individuals so unknowingly pledge themselves and their property through their newly created fictitious entities as security for the national debt in exchange for the benefit of citizenship. However, the government cannot hold the profits it makes from this use of its citizens and their property in the general fund of the United States, because doing so would constitute fraud. You know where the judge is quoting this from? This is from the Redemption Manual, the very first one. This was never anything debated on any floor of Congress, any act of Congress. It was all started from individuals who came up with this theory. Imagine how one person's theory can affect decades of people's mindsets. The government has never had any argument on the floor related to converting birth certificates into capital. Never. Given that the profits technically belong to the actual owners of the property being pledged, i.e., the real people represented by the fictitious entities. Therefore, the government holds the profits in secret individual trust accounts for each citizen. Further thickening the plot, the name of the fictitious entity is the real person's name in all capital letters, which apparently explains why names are commonly written in all capital letters on birth certificates, driver's license, and other government documents. Because the populace is unaware that the birth certificates and such are actually contracts with the government, these contracts are fraudulent. As a result, the officers of the government are liable for treason unless they provide a remedy that allows an individual to recover what she is owed, namely the profits held in their trust accounts, which the government has made from its use of her and her property in the commercial markets. And that was the reason why hundreds and thousands of people ever signed up for this, because they all thought it was some free pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that all they got to do is submit documents to access. In these financial statements, plaintiffs list herself both as the secured party and the debtor, her apparent intent being to register a security interest in the fictitious entity that was created by her birth certificate and other government documents. This no doubt explains the odd captions of plaintiff's filings in which, above the expected Maureen Bryant plaintiff, she inserts the phrase Maureen Frances Bryant, lawful woman, neutral intervening third party. Plaintiff adds in her complaint that Maureen Frances Bryant has a perfected security interest in Maureen Frances Bryant, presumably Plaintiff intends to suggest that her fictional citizen is the plaintiff in this action, and that the real Maureen Bryant, the supposed secured party, is merely intervening on the fiction's behalf. Do you see how ridiculous that sounds? It sounds ridiculous. The attempt to divide oneself into two separate entities, with only one being liable for incurring debts, is a legal fiction and has been struck down consistently in courts around the country. The attempt to divide oneself into two separate entities, with only one being liable for incurring debts, is a legal fiction and has been struck down consistently in courts around the country. U.S. vs. Vellatore, stating that jurisdiction over the party remains valid when his name is written in all capital letters or a mix of capital and lowercase letters, whether he identifies himself as a real flesh and blood man in his private capacity, a sovereign, secured party creditor, or a debtor. Kills that argument you see on TikTok. If Mr. Santiago has entered into a valid contract, regardless of how his name is typed, whether with the defendant or any other entity outside this case, he is limited to the rights and remedies provided to him in the applicable state and federal laws and courts of the United States of America, which I preach day in and day out, and which our claims are surrounded in.
You're rocking with the best. Bring that one back from the top.
I got you. If Mr. Santiago has entered into a valid contract, regardless of how his name is typed, whether the defendant or any other entity outside this case, he is limited to the rights and remedies provided to him in the applicable state and federal laws and courts of the United States of America, which I use. Told you, going down that path, it takes you further away from the remedy than what you think is bringing you closer. It takes you further away, because what they're arguing down those paths has no basis in any state or federal law or applicable in any court of the United States of America. You hear that? You hear that? The same remedies and laws that it's all, they already wrote them for us. Just because someone told people that, nah, we gonna do this way, we not citizens, we ain't under it. Okay. Tell people in TikTok all the time, okay. I know you ain't got no wins, but okay. Yes, I do. Show me. I don't gotta show you. Why not? I'll show you mine right now. That's you. Well, show you. I don't got to. Why not? Because you ain't got none? No, because I don't got to prove none to you. But you trying to sell something to 150 people in here. Why don't you show them? I don't got to do that. Damn. Y'all hear this? To the extent of the conspiracy and legal revisionist theories of sovereign citizens are not established law in this court or anywhere in this country's valid legal system. To the extent that the plaintiffs intend to invalidate the debt at issue in this case through any of their current filings, their attempts are without any legal merit. If the plaintiffs wish to claim a remedy due to them, they are encouraged to file for such under the recognized laws of this jurisdiction. Conclusion: because no genuine issue of material facts exists and the plaintiff's claims fall as a matter of law, the defendants, the mortgage companies, motion for judgment on the pleading is due to be granted. This is the fate of every single sovereign citizen fighting their motions, fighting their mortgages, fighting their autos, fighting their credit cards. They all suffer this fate, regardless if anyone thinks it's valid, regardless if anyone thinks it has some validity. They never win. They never win. Don't matter if your name is in all caps, lowercase, this case, that case, this cap, that cap. Don't matter if your initials first. None of that matters. You signed up for the debt. You did not pay the debt. They're coming to collect the debt. That's all. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm not trying to be funny, but that's all there is to it. There is nothing that.
All right. The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Eric Martin, case number 23-004. Noted.
There's nothing else to talk about.
To dismantle everything he believes to be true.
There's nothing else to talk about with that. Like, I'm telling you, if you do not follow the court rules, you don't have to listen to me. If you think that just because you're not familiar with all the court rules and the rules of regulations and the rules of this and the rules of that, and it's going to take you too long, and you got to hurry up and get something done because you're behind the 8 ball. I understand that, but let me tell you this. You trying to hurry up and find someone that's going to give you a document to submit to the court, and that's going to get you out of it, and that document has no basis in law or fact, you are asking for a dismissal. And it's not that.
Hey, what's good, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Carl from Sovereign Citizen Chronicles. Today, we're going to be in the courtroom of Judge Rachel Krause out of the state of Georgia. All right, she's going to have a sovereign citizen before her that has some type of rental dispute going on. Today is some type of hearing where she's going to be kind of pleading her case, so to speak, on why she doesn't have to pay that rent. It's also going to be some other trickery that she's going to try to use as far as the payments that she has made. All right. Also, you're going to see the logo from Sovereign Citizens Hall of Fame. That's another Sovereign Citizen channel. He's a friend of the channel, and he actually gave me this video. I have the link to his channel down in the description below this video, so I just wanted to publicly shout him out and explain that's why you're seeing the logo in the video. All right. So with that being said, let's get to this proceeding.
Ms. Ballard, I'm not going to call your case formally right now. Right now, what I'm looking for is how long do you think that it will take to present what you want to present to the court today?
To my understanding, has the court reviewed the affidavits that has been
already? Affidavit. Red flag. So was she probably thinks, this is what they all think, that just because they submitted their affidavits and this, that there should be nothing. No, we don't need to get into details about it. I just need you to rule for me because I submitted it. No, we don't need to hear it. The other side don't need to respond. And let me tackle this one thing. Yes, you can challenge jurisdiction at the court at any time. That doesn't mean you stand up in court and say, I need to challenge the court's jurisdiction. You have to put it in motion. The other party gets to respond. And the mere fact that there is the 10th Amendment and the Constitution has laid out punishment for specific crimes. And any crimes that are not mentioned in the Constitution or anything not granted is reserved to the states or the people. Okay? So the mere fact that the 10th Amendment allows the courts to make rules and laws and regulations to govern the safety and welfare of any person, resident, or citizen of each state, bam, that's their authority. Now that they have the authority under the 10th Amendment, now they got the authority under the state constitution. Bam, that's the second layer of authority. So they set up courts in each jurisdiction, each county. So if the alleged offense or infraction took place in the county that is subject to that court, meaning if I'm in Arlington, I'm going to Arlington County Court. If I'm in Alexandria, I'm going to the Alexandria City Court. If I'm in Fairfax County, I go to the Fairfax County Court. So if a crime or alleged crime or infraction took place in Fairfax County, I'm going to the Fairfax County Courthouse. The Fairfax County Court automatically has jurisdiction. They already have it. And you can challenge jurisdiction. You're going to lose, but the other side gets the chance to hear your motion. You got to file your motion with the court, serve a copy on them, and then the other side gets to respond, and then the judge will hold a hearing on it. It's not something you just stand up and, judge, you need to prove jurisdiction right now, or they prove that. See, they don't even understand how procedure works. But go ahead and stand up in court and challenge jurisdiction all you want. Go ahead, stand up in court. Just stand up in court and just say you want to challenge it. Go ahead.
Admitted.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. So what can I expect as far as procedure? How will this hearing go?
Well, so typically what will happen, because you are the movant, you're the person who's seeking relief. So I would call on you to make a presentation that you would want to make. Sometimes people choose to do that. Some people don't choose to do that. But the idea is that if you wanted to explain to me what your position is in some shorter or different way from how you put it in the filings that you made, and then I would call on Ms. Akpati on behalf of her client to make a response. And then typically, because you're the movant, I would let you have the last word. And then sometimes I rule during the hearing. Sometimes I take it under advisement. It just depends on the circumstances. But if you wanted to make a presentation to outline verbally for me what you believe are the important issues, how long would that take?
I'm not sure. To my understanding, with this hearing, I was under the understanding that the affidavits that have been presented are fully understood, and that based on what I have submitted, that
translation, she thought that all she had to do was submit her affidavits, and then the court was just going to automatically rule in her favor. That's what she's basically trying to say. Since she doesn't really understand what she submitted, and she got those documents from somebody, she doesn't know how to defend it. That's why she doesn't want to have a conversation about it. She just want to hear it and get a ruling.
there would be a proper decision and ruling.
Okay, so I'm interpreting that, Ms. Ballard, as you wanting to rest on the materials that you've sent, and that's perfectly fine. Ms. Akpati, what presentation, if any, did you intend to make? I'm just trying to get a time idea of how long this might take.
5 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay.
From my position, I filed an affidavit of priority interest in the property. I don't understand how we can be at this point when I'm not a tenant and there's no contract for being a tenant. The other party, the opposing party, says that they have interest in the property, saying that they have a sheriff's deed, which is what I mean, it's a color of title. It's not the title. There's no position of equity with that sheriff's deed. So to my understanding, with there not being a contract, and I'm challenging the jurisdiction of this other entity. I'm requesting that this motion under the titles, under the Rule 60V, that, I mean, this is thrown out. I mean, it just, we don't have a contract. There's nothing to really argue here. So, I mean, it's clearly displayed and stated in the affidavits that I submitted. And bottom line, we don't have a contract. The other entity does not own this property.
Okay.
I have priority interests and equity in this property.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ballard. As I said, I have had a chance to review the magistrate court file and the appeal materials that you filed in this case. One question I did have, Ms. Ballard, is that part of the order that was entered against you, which you are challenging here, right? That the magistrate judge's, the purpose of this action is because the magistrate judge entered an order that said that you were not entitled to possession, and that and you're challenging that order. And I understand that part. But part of the order also requires that for you to challenge it, you're required to make some payment into the registry of the.
Here we go. Here we go.
Court. And my looking at the system, I don't see that any payments have been made. I think that that's part of Ms. Akpati's argument in a brief that she filed a couple of days ago, that you have not made a payment into the registry of the court to preserve your appeal rights. Can you tell me about that? If you have made a payment and maybe I just don't have it in my system, or if you haven't made a payment, can you tell me the basis for that?
I have. They did not ask for rent. They didn't put in an affidavit to ask for rent. So, and there's no contract. But I have paid into the court of registry. The paperwork is there.
Can you tell me how much you paid into the court registry?
All of it.
No. How much?
It's on a continuous basis until this issue, this matter is resolved. The last month and the remaining balance, everything is in compliance with the order from Magistrate Judge Brooks.
But you lost possession of the house for non-payment. So how did you mysteriously come up with all this money to pay?
Potty?
Your Honor, just to get straight to the point, no payment has been made. I did call the court this morning, and there has been no payment made. So if Ms. Ballard is saying that she has made the payment, could she provide to the court some form of evidence showing that she's made the payment? Because again, as of 15 minutes ago, no payment has been made.
Well, this is, remember I said the semantics game, how they all take normal, legal, logical meanings and then twist it into something deep and esoteric. Oh, there you go.
The court is not aware of any payment being made.
Yeah, I have looked in both the magistrate court file, which is often where those payments will go, and I've looked in this action, and the financial documents don't indicate that any payment has been made in either case, other than the original, I think, $103 filing fee that was paid by the defendant in the magistrate court. I don't see anything that indicates payment. I'm happy to follow up with the court because sometimes the clerk, it gets a little bit behind, but do you?
Judge, you know damn well there ain't no payment being made. But I like what you're doing though. You know, we all know when we make payments and when we don't.
Do you have any documentation regarding when you made those payments or the amount of the payment?
It was a couple weeks ago when I filed it into the court of registry.
Okay, what did you file? Did you file like a proof of payment, or what did you file?
You know, when we make payments, Your Honor, I paid $1,500, $400. Here's the receipt right here. Here's the invoice number. I got the case number. I made the payments right here, right here. I got the receipt right here. You notice how she's so monotone? Oh, I made it. This is a person who knows in real, this is where their logical self is conflicting with their sovereign citizen belief. They know it sounds crazy when they speak on it. That's why they don't ever want to talk about it. They just want the judge just to rule on it. But you would know if you made a payment or not. Why is she so monotone about the payment that she made? They want to, you see that? She don't want to talk about it. She getting frustrated because now she has to explain that ridiculous payment that she said she made.
It is basically a money order.
Hold on. It's basically any person that went to the store and exchanged cash for a money order or brought cash to the court or a check. Why is the basically why are you so unsure about the payment that you said you made? Because you know in real life nobody accepts payments in which you try to submit to the court, but you want everybody to play along with it. And the sad part is when we don't play along with it, they catch an attitude like they don't know it's all a sham the whole time.
I apologize. I need to take a brief break for something. Hold on just one moment. Okay, Ms. Akpati and Ms. Ballard, I apologize for that brief interruption. Okay, so where we are right now procedurally is that there is a dispossessory order that was entered by Judge Brooks on December the 7th. Respectfully, Ms. Ballard, I don't, if you can provide me with some documentation of the payment, I'm happy to pursue that with the clerk of court and find out if there is some issue with it being credited to the wrong file or something like that. But absent any such documentation, there's no evidence that the required payment has been made.
So I tendered a payment into the court of registry. If my payment was not accepted, I would not have.
No. Don't try to breeze. What did you send? Did you send a check? Did you give him cash? Did you give him a money order? Did you give him a postal money order, which you had to exchange cash for? What did you pay?
Received a case number for this payment was accepted. It had to.
What do you mean if I didn't make a payment and got the case number? So you mean that, oh my gosh. Anything that you submit to the court, you're going to get a receipt. It's just your evidence is saying that you submitted this, so they can't go back and say, you didn't file this in time. Yes, I did. I filed it this day. Whatever you put to the court, they're going to give you a receipt for. It doesn't mean it was actual valid payment.
Have been in order to get this case number.
Well, actually,
so I have to feel bad.
Actually, that's not correct. So
it's not true.
The file indicates, Ms. Ballard, the file indicates that you submitted an affidavit of poverty and that poverty affidavit was granted for the filing fee. So you didn't have to pay a filing fee to be able to open this case.
Respectfully, I tendered a payment in the magistrate court.
Right.
Otherwise,
I'm not questioning, Ms. Ballard, that you did. What I'm saying is I need some documentation of that payment because there's no such payment reflected in the magistrate court. And so if you have a receipt, if you have a copy of the money order, if you have even a bank transaction indicating where you withdrew that money from, or where you obtained the money order, that would be some information that I could then go to the clerk and say, hey, I've got a party telling me that they made a payment and there's no record of it. Can you help me find this payment and why there's no record of it?
according to law, I tendered the.
No. You don't according to the law, I tendered the payment. Did you give them cash? Did you give them a valid check written on your checking account or business account in which they deposit it and take the money from your account? Did you give them a money order in which you had to exchange this stupid semantic games that these sovereign citizens got to play when everyday real life, you know, it's not acceptable as payment?
Payment, and I don't know if there's some type of mix-up between both courts, but I filed it in both courts. The tender payment is there respectfully. Otherwise, I would not have been able. They even said this has to be satisfied in order to get a new case number for this appeal.
Ms. Ballard, I understand that. All I'm asking is, can you tell me what was the amount? When was the payment? Where did you get the money order from?
You know how she's so evasive on that? You know how she is so evasive about that? She does not want to say what she actually tendered. Want to know why she doesn't want to say what she actually tendered? Because she knows in real life it's ridiculous. It's not real payment.
That's the type of information that I would then be able to go to the clerk and confirm that information.
Judge, she keeps ducking it because she doesn't want to say, because she know it's not real payment.
Information. And then they might be able to track the payment and figure out where it went if you made the payment.
All right, can you hold one moment while I get the information? Thank you kindly. Yes, so let me just
all that soft, sweet talking, shit. All that shit, don't even worry about it. As soon, typical sovereign citizen, when they start to not get their way and they feel like they're losing, the real them always comes out.
Turn on my camera real quick. Okay, so
yes, ma'am.
I filed a notice of tender payment into the courts, and so to settle this account, I did file tender payment to the courts, and I'm sure you can see the affidavit in there, and it has proper endorsement. It's been properly endorsed, and if you like, I mean,
Ms. Ballard, can you tell me the case number on that? Is it this case number 2023 CV 390-111, or is it the 23 ED 284322 case number?
It's 23 ED 284322.
Okay. Give me a moment to look in the file and see what I can locate. Okay. Give me just a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience as I've sort of worked through this. Ms. Ballard, Ms. Akpati. I was able to locate the filing that that Ms. Ballard was referencing, which is a notice of tender of payment to settle and close account.
Yes.
And is that the thing you were referencing, Ms. Ballard?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That was filed. It was filed in the magistrate court on December the 12th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. My review of the notice that you filed. So first of all, I've spoken with the clerk of court, and they have no record of any payment. They have looked everywhere they can think of, including associated with your name, associated with this case, associated with the Superior Court case, and they can find no record of payment. But more importantly, Ms. Ballard, my review of your filing seems to indicate that you are rejecting the acknowledgement that there is that money would be any like it doesn't appear that you actually submitted legal tender of any sort to pay or satisfy this. You instead submitted some sort of signed, I know, some sort of authorized representative document, but no money order, no check, which I don't think they take, no cash, no certified check, anything like that. Is that an accurate statement? Am I correctly understanding what you filed, Ms. Ballard?
I filed a tender payment, and it didn't.
Stop saying the goddamn tender payment and say what you actually tender. Tender a payment.
I mean, the law says that I can tender a payment. It never stated how.
Oh my God. Now the law says I can pay, but the law never says exactly how. You see the damn semantics games that they play. Come on, you know what's acceptable, what's not. Walk into Best Buy with your tender or payment then. Go to the grocery store with that and see what happens. Oh my God.
To pay it. So, I mean, I fulfilled the contract based on the order. I mean,
Ms. Akpati, other than the motion that you filed regarding the lack of payment and your statements here that there has not been a payment, what is your position on behalf of your client on this matter?
My position is that this matter should be dismissed. The Ms. Ballard has to comply with the order of the court before filing this appeal.
And so I have reviewed what you filed now that I understand what I was supposed to be looking at. And, due respect, ma'am, but it is not filing a paper that says I hereby tender payment that is not actually accompanied by a payment recognizable in legal acceptable.
Yeah, are we all in agreement, at least on that part? With payments, can we at least agree? Can we at least agree to that? Like for real. Just look at your everyday life. You go to the store, you go to the mall. Can we at least agree on that? Like, come on, man. It's too much. Come on now. Come on. Sheesh.
Tender in the United States, then you have not made a payment under any legal definition that I am aware of. And so as a result of that,
what species?
Excuse me, Ms. Ballard, I'm speaking, and in a moment I'll let you respond.
So, I mean, on the order, it did not specify how to pay. What species of payment is on there to pay? It was not specific.
Oh my gosh, because as grown adults and the way this country's been working for 100 years, I didn't think I thought it was a matter of public knowledge. I didn't think that. Yeah, do y'all have to be reminded of what payments are accepted when you go to the store? I mean, you already got Apple Pay, you got your debit card, you got cash. I mean, do we really have to continue to break that down like we're in elementary school?
Specific.
I'm sorry, are you saying it wasn't specific in amount or it wasn't specific in method?
In method, yes.
Okay. I disagree. This is a standard order, and the vast majority of everyone I've ever dealt with that deals with these orders understands that when it says tenant must, in capital letters, make the following payments into the court registry by the time specified, everyone understands that I've typically dealt with that means money that is recognizable as legal tender in the United States, which would either be cash or a money order or a.
Okay, so since I have to, because these are the semantic games. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Forms of payments. Traditional forms like cash, checks, digital alternatives such as credit and debit cards, digital wallets like your Apple Pay, electronic payments. I mean, we already knew. I'm just saying, like, Miss Ballard, come on now. Is it that bad for you? Do we need to raise funds for you just to make the filing fee?
Certified check. And in the absence of those things being paid, then the court wouldn't have any choice but to dismiss the appeal. And so
I gave you a bill of exchange, which is the same thing.
There we go. You gave a bill of exchange, which is a three-party draft, which is usually used in international shipments of goods. There is no financial institution that is, even if you submit a bill of exchange, payment still has to be made on the bill of exchange, unless there's an account and routing number inserted in the bill of exchange. A bill of exchange itself is not payment itself, because it's usually backed by an invoice, a shipment of goods, and then the drawer draws it on the one who is making the payment. That's the drawee. The drawee then takes that to his bank and says, hey, when they submit this, you go ahead and pay them. The common denominator is there still has to be some type of cash changing hands. The bill of exchange itself is not actually the payment itself.
Sorry, ma'am?
I gave you a bill of exchange, which is the same thing.
No, ma'am, it's not. A bill of exchange is not recognized as legal tender in the United States, and therefore it would not satisfy the requirement that tenant must make the following payment into the.
Okay, well, Judge, to be fair, let's see if you're right, even though I already know the answer to it. Are bills of exchange recognized as legal tender in the United States? She says, hold on. Bills of exchange are recognized. Oh, no, that's real world. I can't use real world because that website is. So obviously, let's get to the. All right, let's go here to the statute. United States coins and currency, including Federal Reserve notes and circulating notes of Federal Reserve banks and national banks, are legal tender for all debts, public charges, taxes, and dues. So this is all United States coins and currency. It did it again. I see it, y'all. Don't trip. I see it. I see it. No bank has ever accepted it on its face. See that real world Fed. The only reason I cannot use that because they're too sovereign. Bills of exchange. This is from Real World Fair. Let me see the other site. I just can't really. I've been on that Real World site, and you see what I'm saying? Shit like this. HJR 192. This is why I don't trust the Real World site. See, they go right there. It's all misinformation. That's not what it means. It's not what it fucking means. It's not what it means. Even with the IRS, it's not what it means. See what I'm saying? Like, See what I'm saying? All sovereign citizen. All sovereign citizen. All sovereign citizen. All sovereign citizen. That's why I don't, this website, sovereign citizen out. Okay. Can I, what the hell? Why I keep doing this to y'all? Oh, it says I keep losing connection. We don't have a storm. Can I submit a bill of exchange to pay a court filing fee? See what I'm saying? Can I submit a bill of exchange to pay a mortgage debt? Oh, gosh. What the hell is wrong with these people? No. Hell no, you can't. Look, common law. No. 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 Because if you try to submit a bill of exchange to pay your mortgage, look at Bryant versus Washington Mutual Bank. No. This is why you got to be careful with AI. They'll have people thinking, they'll go right on here thinking, oh, yeah, yeah. No, you cannot. A bill of exchange is a three-party debt used in international shipments, international goods. Look, private bankers. No. No, you cannot. Bill of exchange is not considered legal tender in the United States. It's not. If it is, go take your bill of exchange to your bank and deposit it. Watch what they say to you.
The court registry.
Will you be so kind to confirm under what law?
For that reason, I am dismissing case.
No, see, that's the problem, Ms. Ballard. You were supposed to cite a case law that allows a bill of exchange to be paid as the filing fee. It's not the judge's job to, it's your job to prove that your instrument's legal. It's not the judge's job to prove that the instrument is not.
Case number.
I mean, ma'am, I object. I object.
Oh, it's coming out.
I mean, it's there.
It's coming out.
Under what law does it say that it is not a legal payment, a legal tender?
So, in all honesty, I don't know the answer. I could do some research and find the answer, but Ms. Ballard, it's your obligation as the movant to provide the information that the court requires in order to understand your case, to accept your case. And you have not provided me, more importantly, with any documentation or a legal citation that would provide me with some sort of basis to accept your providing me with this note of exchange as legal tender. As I said, my understanding of the law is that a note of exchange is not legal tender recognized in the United States, and therefore it does not constitute a payment.
You have not provided me an answer, but under what law?
Yes, ma'am, I did. The answer I gave you was it was your obligation. Mr. Freehold, please mute Ms.
I need
Ballard
to finish what I have to say.
Mr. Freehold, please mute Ms. Ballard if she's going to continue to speak over me. Thank you. Ms. Ballard, you've been muted because you continue to speak over me, which is disrespectful to the court.
I'm not trying to be respectful. You're
Ms. Ballard,
me and not properly.
You are continuing to speak, and Ms. Ballard, stop. I understand that you do not like the outcome. I understand that you believe that that legal tender or notice of exchange that you gave me should count, but it does not. The answer to this question is that the order that was entered says that tenant must make the following payments into the court registry, and there were no payments made into the court registry, and the filing that you submitted does not constitute a payment of legal tender into the court registry and does not constitute compliance with the order that you make a payment into the court registry. And therefore, the case is going to be dismissed. Case number 2023 CV 390111 will be dismissed for lack of payment. Anything else that the parties need? Ms. Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate rights you wish to pursue.
You cannot make a
Obviously, you
ruling over
disagree with
something
my
that
order.
you don't know.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ballard.
You
I
cannot make
did
a
not hear
ruling
you.
over something you can't know. You saying you don't know is an unacceptable response. Respectfully.
Ms. Ballard, as I said, my answer was, if you would like to direct
It's coming out of it now, ain't it?
me to case law that says that what you
Is this a
submitted
court of
is
law?
legal, Ms. Ballard.
All right, y'all. So that's the end of the proceeding.
Woo!
So,
She was
you know,
mad as
obviously,
hell.
whatever legal.
She was mad as hell. She was mad, boy. She was mad as hell, wasn't she? Woo, she was mad. She was mad, boy. Remember this?
So I
Remember
can
her?
link it to you easier. Some people are going on YouTube.
Boy, she went into hiding, boy. She disappeared. Miss Jackson done disappeared. She done disappeared, boy.
I don't get a chance to go to YouTube like I need to check messages once I post this on YouTube.
Yo, when that shit got too high for her, she disappeared, boy.
So please go to my email. I'll make sure it's linked so I can definitely get the link to you to Telegram and also continue to answer your questions and make sure that you're on the right steps for your journey. First thing I'd like to go over is, okay, some do's and don'ts regarding these 1099s. And what we're finding out as people continue to do it is that they're not educating themselves on the process. Okay. And I don't know if anybody didn't break it down for you, but I'm here to break it down for you nice and slow. All right. Because I want you to do it correctly so you don't cause yourself any problems. Now, some people are stating that they are being successful and some are not. And one thing I will say is that you have to think about the fact that under the government, you are considered a minor until you claim your state. And I know some people say, hey, I don't want to do the birth certificate authenticating and all that. But understand this, there's a reason that they have that option there. I'm not saying you got to do anything. I'm just saying what works. And you got to kind of think about it. If you're putting the government on notice with putting your documents in, sending it to the government agencies, saying, hey, I'm changing my political status. I'm letting you know I'm awake. I'm letting you know I have my information together.
Has nothing to do with
that
nothing.
way, when you decide to send that 1099A, they know.
Has nothing to do with nothing.
That you know. You see what I'm saying? You have submitted your documentation. You have let the government know, the Attorney General knows, the Secretary of State knows, the Treasury knows, the IRS knows, because you sent them your information stating that you have changed your status. You have at least authenticated your birth certificate to say, I'm awake and I am no longer a minor and I can handle.
See what I'm saying? When I first came on the scene, she was one of my targets. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Right there. Right there. I'm no longer a minor. Birth certificate, no longer a minor. No longer a minor. I'm no longer a minor. Birth certificate, no longer a minor. Because I hooked the minor up to the major account, then I hooked the major account to the minor account, then the intermediate account. Because when I linked the minor to the major, then the major to the minor, shut the hell up.
My own estates, my own affairs. And that's the whole point of doing it. Because one thing about it, you put them on notification first, or even in the process of why you're doing things, and then you are secure with knowing you did your due diligence.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Like I said, to each his own. You are able to do it however you choose.
Oh, yeah.
But it makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 3 years ago, 7 months ago. This video was the latest video 7 months ago. I spanked her on this. This is from the Sovereign Citizen. That was the Sovereign. Look at all the people in there. That was from a Sovereign Citizen packet from like 2003, where she was reading from. I was in the live commenting on it when she actually had it, and her hyenas got me up out of there. Her hyenas got me up out of there. So this is her, Miss Jackson, KJPTA. That was her little stuff she was starting. That KJPTA. So let's see. Somebody put a video out on her. Let's see what the video
Reality of foreclosure, the loss.
Let's see.
The stories begin with hope, a fragile ember in the darkness of overwhelming debt. These are tales of individuals and families backed into corners, desperately seeking a way out from under the crushing weight of financial burdens. They represent the vulnerable, those who dare to dream of a fresh start, people desperate to save their homes, the very foundation of their lives, and protect their families from the looming threat of homelessness, found Kalita Jackson and her group, KJPTA. She promised secret, almost magical knowledge, a hidden key to unlock the chains of financial burdens, offering a beacon of relief to those teetering on the brink of utter collapse. Her words were carefully crafted to resonate with their deepest desires. Trusting her promises, victims handed over their last dollars, their savings, their hopes for the future, believing that financial freedom was finally within reach, just around the corner. But that hope, so carefully nurtured, was nothing more than...
So this was someone that was actually in the group. I don't know who this person was, but Miss Jackson, she put the video out, scam. So I guess she was in the group, but Miss Jackson actually had another video where they all met live, and I guess the lady put out some scammers. I don't know if y'all want to see that one next. It's 49 minutes. Y'all just let me know.
And a cleverly disguised trap.
Put a 5 in the chat if y'all want to see that next meeting that they had. It's just put a 5 in the chat. Y'all don't have to. Let me see. It's 8 here. If 5 or more people put the 5 in the chat, if not, we can leave after this one.
Believing that financial freedom was finally within reach, just around the corner. But that hope, so carefully nurtured, was nothing more than a cleverly disguised trap, a snare laid to capture their desperation. Instead of the promised salvation, they faced the harsh reality of foreclosure, the loss of their homes, their safe havens, repossession of their...
And that is the most saddest part about this, man. Like, these people offering services and people's homes are at stake. Their livelihoods are at stake. Their vehicles, their modes, and they just don't care, man. They just don't care. They just don't care. They just don't care.
Vehicles, the tools they needed to get to work and provide for their families. And ultimately, complete financial ruin. A devastating blow that shattered their lives and left them with nothing. The emotional toll was immense. The sting of betrayal, the deep wound inflicted by someone they trusted, the crushing weight of shame, the feeling of being foolish and exposed, and the isolating despair of feeling utterly alone in their suffering, abandoned by hope itself. Kalita didn't just offer vague, well-meaning advice. She meticulously crafted and sold a complete, entirely fictional system, all for a hefty fee. People diligently paid for her classes and downloaded her documents, completely convinced that they were making a sound investment in a brighter, debt-free future. The devastating fallout shattered countless lives, credit scores utterly destroyed, making it impossible to secure loans or even rent an apartment, families torn apart by the immense stress and conflict caused by financial strain, and legal battles mounting, As they struggled to navigate the complex web of consequences left in the wake of the scam, victims ultimately ended up in a far worse position than before, facing—
Told you. What'd I tell you? Most people, they end off far worse because not only do the unrealistic expectations don't pan out, they at least are not left with any information or knowledge where they could start building their own foundation. They're left with nothing.
Daunting lawsuits and tragically losing everything they had worked so hard to achieve. The alluring dream she so convincingly sold was, in reality, a horrifying nightmare, a cruel illusion designed to exploit their vulnerabilities. The initial promise of financial freedom and a brighter future led them directly to utter devastation and despair, a cruel twist of fate. For many trusting individuals, the desperate search for hope and a way out of debt tragically ended in complete and utter ruin. A stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows of financial desperation. For 4 long years, Kalita Jackson meticulously ran her elaborate scheme, a web of deceits.
That's Miss Jackson, who she's talking about, the lady that was just on the thing.
Spun with precision and care. She was preying on the desperate, those already struggling under the weight of financial hardship and uncertainty, people who were vulnerable and looking for a way out. She carefully built a persona, crafting an image as a financial savior, a beacon of hope in a sea of debt. She skillfully spread her message far and wide, utilizing online classes, engaging social media posts, and any platform she could find to reach potential victims. Her central pitch was total financial liberation, a promise of freedom through the magic of trust law. It was a fantasy, the alluring but ultimately false promise that you could magically erase debt simply by filling out the right paperwork. A dangerous illusion. Victims, desperate for relief, willingly paid for fake legal documents and worthless advice, pouring their hard-earned money into her pockets. They were led to believe they could effortlessly escape the burden of mortgages, student loans, and other crushing debts. Instead of finding freedom, they unwittingly sent bogus paperwork to banks, lenders, and even the courts, digging themselves into an even deeper hole.
That is what this person put this video out. This is what she's saying what happened with Miss Jackson. Not just Miss Jackson. This happens with a lot of them. I'm trying to tell you this. When you're with the Supreme Elite team,
You're rocking with the best.
Not only do I got my proper interpretation, got professionals. So just in case I need a little tuna toucher, I got professional SEC attorney I can easy access to. I have a network who I work with because you're going to need it in this. You think you could do it all on your own? I'm telling you, this is not a game when you talking about, number one, people's hard-earned money, number one. Number two, they're they're home. You don't want to play games with that. You could lose it. But everything that she had them send in to get off their mortgage, because they say yes to everything. Do you notice they got a remedy for everything? Hey, my cat got stuck down my tailpipe. I got a remedy for that. $250. Hey, I'm in complex estate. My dad died. I know how to do that. Hey, I'm going through this securities thing. Oh yeah, I know how to do. They'll say yeah to anything to get your money. People hit me in the email all the time. Hey, bro, you do child support? I say, nah, I don't do that. I know my lane. I stay in my lane. You don't hear me. I got a class on crypto, how you can make this and this, that. They don't stay in their lane. They're so desperate to get everybody's money, they'll say yes to anything.
This reckless action inevitably drew legal trouble, accelerating their financial losses and pushing them closer to the brink. Kalita's business thrived, built entirely on the foundation of selling false hope and exploiting the vulnerable. All the while, her clients were losing their homes, the very roofs over their heads. Their cars were repossessed, leaving them stranded and without transportation. And their credit scores plummeted, making it nearly impossible to secure loans or even rent an apartment. The cycle continued, a relentless churn of new victims arriving, each desperately hoping for a miracle that Kalita could never deliver. It was a calculated fraud, a deliberate scheme designed to enrich herself at the expense of others, not simply bad or misguided advice. The devastating result was a long and heartbreaking trail of broken lives, shattered dreams, and financial ruin. At the heart of KJPTA's scam were debunked sovereign citizen theories. Khalida claimed people could escape debt by separating from a fictional strawman identity.
Did we just hear that about her letting the courts know that you're not with the birth certificate anymore? Didn't we just hear it out of her own mouth? The very first time I heard her say it, scam. And that's when I was on her neck. Like, y'all, stay away from her, stay away from her. But the sisterhood came to her defense. And then months later, you were right, I paid $3,000. Well, go back to her to fix it.
She taught followers to file frivolous lawsuits and send fake documents, even using IRS forms for tax fraud. None of it worked. Banks foreclosed, cars were repossessed, and credit was ruined. Victims became financially isolated, losing the assets they tried to protect. Law enforcement has prosecuted similar scams for years. The only winners are the scammers. Followers face legal and financial disaster. These aren't secret methods. They're old tricks that always fail.
Yep.
The consequences are painfully real. So, if Khalida was truly in possession of these groundbreaking secrets, the kind that could supposedly liberate you from debt and financial woes, a question arises. Why didn't she use them herself?
That is the number one question. Why don't, in real time, y'all see me utilizing the things I teach? In real time. But you never see the teachers actually doing the same things they're teaching in the moment. You never see them. You never see them. Notice how she just disappeared? She was all on TikTok, social media, 2021, 2022. No, 23, 24, 25, no posts. Well, know why? Because all the people that follow her, once the negative results build up and they run out of excuses, they disappear.
Why was she still seemingly bound by the same rules and constraints as everyone else? She consistently charged for her classes, her documents, and her exclusive insights. But when you dig a little deeper, there's a glaring absence. There's simply no concrete evidence to suggest that she ever successfully erased her own debts or achieved the financial freedom she so passionately preached. In reality, she lives by the same financial rules as everyone else, using banks, participating in the very system she claims to help you escape, accepting US dollars, the currency of the realm she urges you to transcend.
That's what they all do. They all do it. I make no bones about it. I spend US dollars. I ain't no secret method way of paying your bill. No, you're going to pay your bills a normal way, or we're going to discover and explain why you're legally not entitled to pay that bill that is recognized in law and fact. That is recognized by the courts. That is a legal, coherent way.
Running a business, a venture that inherently operates within the established economic framework. The absence of proof is telling. She sells the how-to, but never shows results. It's a crucial point to...
They all do. They all do. They all do. Always, oh, you do this. But as soon as I show up in their live, hey, can you show me some results? I'm going to get you up out of here, you trolling. How's that trolling?
Consider. This is classic con artist behavior, preaching escape from the system, promising a way out, all while expertly profiting from it. She warns of a corrupt system, highlighting its flaws and injustices, but expertly manipulates it for her own gain, turning its vulnerabilities into her personal advantage. The truth she knows deep down, that her methods are built on lies, on empty promises and false hopes. Gurus like her never use their own secrets because, quite simply, they don't work. They are illusions.
What did I just say?
You're rocking with the best.
I use my own. I use what I teach. You see that play out in real time with credit acceptance. I use what I teach. I use what I teach. Anybody in the New Culture Empire? Can anybody vouch for me that's in the group? Can somebody be my witness? I use what I teach. I'm using it while I'm teaching. Others use what I teach.
It's designed to deceive. The contradiction is the heart of the scam, the very foundation upon which the entire deceptive structure is built. Kalita Jackson's methods don't work. No one has erased a mortgage or debt using her system. Victims lose money homes and sometimes face criminal charges for filing fraudulent documents. Law enforcement sees these schemes as crimes, not clever loopholes. In 2024, fraud losses soared with scammers like Kalita preying on the vulnerable. They don't care about your loss, only your money. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. There are no secret laws or magic documents to erase debt. Seek help from legitimate sources, not internet gurus. The path KJPTA offers is
seek help from legitimate sources, not internet guru, because I'm not an internet guru. Legitimate sources, just like the court case said, you're going to seek your remedy in laws that the courts recognize in the United States. That's all we do. We don't make up a way. We don't take this self-created instrument and say, nope. We're going to put them on notice first. We go into our lawsuits and we're going to file the taxes directly with the regulations says. There's some gray areas with the taxes, but everything we do, one thing the IRS, hey, IRS, these are your regulations. This is the underlining transaction. This is what you say if this happens. This is what you say if this happens. This is what you say if it goes like this. We're just following the rules. We're not making nothing up. We're not trying to get anything that we're not entitled to. They're responsible for the withholding at the source. So you need to go to them for the taxes. I'm reporting this as income. This is what was supposed to have been withheld. So this is what I can claim because you said we can under Chapter 60. So this is what I'm just following your rules. And here's a couple court cases where the courts have basically shown you my interpretation is correct because here's about 3 or 4 court cases. What else do you want me to do? That approach is better. And I can live with any results from that approach. I can live with any results from that. As long as it ain't we've just continuously been wrong the whole time. That's the part that stings. If we do our part and our part is correct and our interpretation is correct, anybody should be able to live with the results. Because we live with the results. But the odds are, if you are correct and you are right, and it is substantiated, the government is just not know, well, we just not gonna give it to you because like it don't work like that. You get what I'm saying? It don't work like that. If you're legally entitled to it, you're gonna get it for the most part. It's not these gray areas with these 500,000 claims. If you're legally entitled to it, for the most part, you're gonna get it.
Is the dead end, a house of lies destined to collapse. Protect yourself. Don't fall for the scam.
Woo-wee. Oh, man. She was mad at her. Excuse me. She was mad at her, boy. And this the same one that put that up right there. She the one that right here. So let's see this. Please be careful of scammers using KPT information. This is protect anyone that's come in contact with her. This is to protect anyone that is coming. Okay.
Please allow 24 to 48 hours to respond. And
stay on long tonight.
Hold on.
Leave. About 5 minutes later, other people get in.
I made it in, Miss Jackson. Hello, how are you?
Oh, comments are conveniently turned off. How convenient. How convenient. They always want the comments turned off when they don't want to get called out.
Fine, love. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, actually.
That's wonderful. All right.
And Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
could you call me after the meeting? I got a quick question. It only take about 5 minutes. It's regarding the.
Now she's basically saying, please be careful of scammers using KJBTA information to protect anyone who's come in contact with her or the group she is working with. It has been reported that she has scammed people using KJBTA, alleged name Gina Fergid. Background came back deceased 2018. So this probably what happens when people that you should work together kind of fall out, and either one starts making money off the information and whatever, and they fall out. They always do this. Oh, using this is a scam. If they ain't getting it from this, it's a scam. If you don't do this, it's a scam. It's all the same.
Guardianship, and I don't want to do it when everybody's here.
Okay, I got you. Sorry.
Okay.
This is my first time seeing this with y'all, so I don't know what we about to walk into.
Up in that southwestern corner. Fairly breezy winds. We got a little bit of a break, but as far as how much snow is already on the ground there, we're looking at 70 centimeter range in Aurelia. We're going to get even more as we head into the day tomorrow, roughly 5 to 10 for the city of Toronto and the GTA. Areas of those eastern shorelines of Lake Georgia, Georgia, if not more, we'll see the close time, all of that. We want to disturb some of
We'll let everybody in.
All right, let's.
All right. So I just want everyone to be cautious and careful. She's a little upset that I found out everything. So
that's her. That's Ms. Jackson. That's her.
She's been kind of targeting me.
So I guess the video that we just seen, that someone made the AI video, I guess she's now talking about her. Ms. Jackson is probably going to be talking about her. So the lady, the one that just made that video, the light-skinned girl we just seen in the thumbnail, I guess she put the video out about her. So I guess they used to work together. That's what I'm getting so far. So the light-skinned girl is pretty much going around saying that everything don't work, it don't work, it don't work. So Ms. Jackson's probably holding this meeting to clear it up, to make it seem like they're sabotaging it. It works. So she's probably here to clear her name now.
Wanting to discriminate me or whatever you want to call it.
See, there you go. See, there we go. We're on the same page.
I'm not worried about it, period. But I've got enough information to do what I need to do to pursue other actions. So just be cautious if she reaches out to you, please.
Yes, Ms. Jackson, this is Corma Bailey. I received the email from her.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you.
See, so that lady is putting Ms. Jackson out there now. That's what it shows. So Ms. Jackson is holding a meeting for everyone, I guess, to clear her face. But in actuality, none of that shit Ms. Jackson does works. So this is all an act to save face.
You can forward that to me so I can get it to the prosecutors. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, to what email should I forward it to?
But is that something that you can share? Ms. Jackson, can she share that? I mean, if it's not too personal.
No.
Okay.
No,
Right.
it's personal.
Okay.
All right, forward it to the K Jackson CEO email.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hey, we're praying for your protection, and our job is to look out for you.
Thank you so much. And
Miss,
go ahead.
Miss Jackson. So for those of us, which she was like basically handling some of our things, do we have anything to worry about?
I just want you to I would prefer for anyone to put a fraud alert just in case. I would rather be safe than sorry. and I'll give you the information just to go through Equifax or Experian or a TransUnion.
So basically, she was working with someone, and I guess she has all these people information. Now she has a fallout. This is why I don't have anyone dealing with other people's information, like with my services. This is why no one, it stays in my files. It don't go to nobody else. And then after a while, it gets purged. This is why some people be like, yeah, send an email, be like, damn, I already sent them. Hey, yo, send me this contract again, send it again. Because I have a timer where after a while, it gets purged. I'd rather you go through the inconvenience of sending it to me again, rather than whatever. Everybody with the auto with me, I need to get up with y'all sometime this week. I'm holding on Telegram. I need to get up with y'all sometime this week. I got to get up with my mortgage people too. I was supposed to do it last week on Zoom, but y'all know I was in the hospital and stuff. I'm trying to get back together. So I need to cram the mortgage and auto people in here this week. Only IRS. If we doing law, if we got the lawsuits, that's pretty much, yeah, we all square on that. But mortgage, auto, IRS, I need to get, or whatever the bank deposit, whatever the IRS, I need to get with everybody sometime this week. So I'm gonna have to cram that in. So just be on the lookout, probably like Friday or something, because we got the IRS, the historical tax laws and all that stuff coming up Wednesday and Thursday. So I might have to do a Saturday with everyone there. I got some things I need to, I got to put y'all on game or something, but I didn't want to have a big class on it because I like to keep a lot of, information that, especially new stuff that I get confirmed, I like to keep it in a controlled manner. So I need to get with my auto and mortgage people taxes. Probably going to do it this Saturday.
And just to put a fraud alert, just to protect it, just in case. Okay, I'm not saying she will. Who knows? I don't know how far she will go, but
well, she came this far.
Yeah, she didn't went this far. So I just want to make sure that she was with us 3 years, and I
know
didn't suspect anything after all this time, but her behavior started kind of switching up lately, and I kind of started looking into things, and that's why she's gone. So
She has a lot of our personal information. You're right.
She does.
That's the problem when you have people you work with and then you end up falling out. Like, this is why nobody, like, y'all, because y'all send me y'all personal information. I don't really like having y'all personal information. I really don't. But I need it, especially for IRS. I need it, but that never gets shared. It never gets you. It never goes, like I said, it gets purged, because that's one thing that you don't want is people personal information just blasted all over here. Even I don't give a damn if I fall out with a client. I fall out with a customer. One thing that I'm never going to do is dox their information because I'm mad. I've seen people do that. People pay them for services. They get a falling out. Dude get mad and start doxing their information, phone number, address, social on their lives. What? I don't give a fuck how mad I am at you. That has nothing to do with nothing.
She does.
Wow, she has a lot.
Okay, so now a fraud alert, would that slow down any progression?
But y'all acting like y'all credit scores all in the high 800s, 780s. Yeah, like they ain't gonna get shit.
For you?
No.
As far as this?
No, it's just basically to protect your, if your credit and your social, you want to do a fraud alert on your social, just to make sure. And I'm gonna help on that end and get some documents together, because
and you'll make sure you send us on how to do that and what to do.
Absolutely. I'll give you all the
Okay.
forms in the group, so keep your eyes out for that over the weekend. I'm going to do that immediately.
Okay. No fear. Nobody can hurt you. No worries.
Right. And I'm always going to be open and honest with you. Okay. I'm not going to ever sugarcoat crap or
Right.
or anything. So I'd rather.
Yeah, all the tactics. By the way, y'all stay on. I'm getting the designs filled, putting it together now for the new Culture Empire. The new Culture Empire clothing line. It's going to be shirts and hoodies. I'm just getting the finishing designs. It's going to have stuff like what we talk about in the group, like the ASN, and it's going to have little acronyms and stuff, but it's not, we know what those terms mean, but I'm going to turn it into my own saying. But the 3 letters, you're going to know if you know, like it's going to be dope. This shit going to be lit. Y'all buy the clothes.
Be straight up front. This is what has happened, and I want you to protect yourselves.
Okay. No fear. No worries.
Yeah.
You can't be touched. No worries.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. So
Wow.
outside of the drama and trauma of garbage, we're going to move forward. Please double check for me, just to double check your information on your reimbursement forms. Make sure that those numbers are correct, because I know Deb has been going through those, and just want to make sure that she doesn't have a whole lot of work to do on those. Yeah. I just want to make sure, as the accountants, some of the numbers that we were looking at was a little wrong, so I had to go back onto Deb's stuff, because Deb did a lot of work with trying to check those numbers. So just double check your stuff so Deb doesn't pull her hair out trying to get all that together to help us get this done. Also, what did I do with my notes? Okay.
Ms. Jackson, this Ms. McGee. After Deb finished what she's doing, it goes to the accountant, and then what's the next steps of that?
So what we're doing, we're faxing for a follow-up. Okay, the follow-up is what we're making sure that the IRS has, so I can, once I know that they have it, then I can give you the phone numbers so that you can call to follow up on it. Okay, that's going to save us tons of time, because you'll be able to, take that time, because sometimes it's very time consuming for me or even Crystal to be on the phone, to sit there for a half hour, 45 minutes, just to follow up per file. So I want to make sure that you have the numbers, and a copy of your file will be uploaded with the phone number to call. It's a business with the IRS. It's not your normal, where's my refund number? This is straight for following up on the trust refund. Okay, so you'll have all the.
Remember that trust refund? Remember that trust refund from the trust refund, huh?
Information, you'll be able to follow up with them with your documents and be able to push them to get your money in, because they are slow dragging, but I'm noticing that, when calls are being made, they move a little bit faster. Okay, so the reminder of the frivolous filing letter 3175C. This is in response to sending them notice of your status.
Bam. Bam. Status means nothing. That was the same notice of status that he sent when the IRS was levying his accounts. That's the same notice and status that he sent. Yeah, when they was levying all this is just one of them, by the way. The same notice, the status. Well, that didn't happen. Yeah, he did that already. It wasn't until I stepped in and he was able to get out that chokehold the IRS had him in. And y'all heard my mom the other day, they had her in a $100,000 chokehold.
It is merely in reference to the notice that there's nothing for you to do at this time. So if you get that frivolous filing, it's for, if especially recently, because now they feel that so many people are sending those in, they had to create a letter that you're filing frivolous information, which you're not. You're just putting them on notice. That
No, it's not what it means. It means you're filing frivolous documents. I hate when they say that. No, a spade is a spade. They are filing frivolous documents. They are filing frivolous documents. That's what they're filing. They're filing frivolous documents. Let's call it what it is. Stop trying to use that reverse psychology. Too many people are doing it. No, I don't give a damn if 100,000 people are doing it. If they're following the rules, they're going to get what they get. Doesn't matter how many people are doing it. If you're following the rules and doing it the right way, the IRS don't give two fat fucks. They're going to kick it out the door.
That you are opting out. And I do.
Opting out of what? You can't even opt out the jurisdiction or the United States citizen unless you pay your taxes first. It's called expatriating. You know you have to pay all your taxes first before they let you out. Did you know that? It's in the IRS regulations. Miss Jackson, did you know that? You trying to say somebody else trying to sabotage. You sabotaging right now.
Have a research document that was done from a previous, I think it was a previous lawyer or IRS representative that did some research on actually, and I was reading over it, that taxes were only for the alcohol and tobacco and firearms.
This is why the class is going to be so important. You can't come and say it like that. It's not going to work. That's why the webinar on historic tax law, you have to prove to them from a constitutional and historic base. You can't just say, oh, our taxes are excise, alcohol, tobacco, fire. That they shut it down in court. They shut it down with the Treasury determinations, that type of argument. Because if you're trying to say taxes are only for alcohol, tobacco, firearms, that's a wrong thing, because taxes are interest, dividends, bonds, wages. You see that misinterpretation? That's a wrong argument, because it's not just for that. Prime example why you need to be in a webinar Wednesday. This is a prime example. These little misinterpretations will have you up shit's creek with them.
It was never meant for individuals.
That it's wrong again.
So there's some different codes of information that we'll be able to utilize to send to them.
Codes and information means nothing. Codes and information means nothing. Do you have a legal basis which you can date back historically that creates the context of the consistent interpretation of the income tax laws? You just throwing a document and saying, oh, taxes only for that. Oh my God.
And I mean, and confirmed. So want to give you more tools to work with when dealing with them. And we'll have some drafts of different letters and things of that sort for you to utilize if they send any other correspondence to you. If you feel that you want to send something to respond, we'll have some tools for you to utilize. So some great information I've been running across, going back through my remedy folders that has really started, surfacing that we can use.
Does this sound like a confident woman? Does this sound like a confident woman? This woman sounds like she is real bothered about what that other girl, what she did, or whatever. She sounds real bothered. She don't sound confident. She don't sound like she don't care. She sounds like she thinking about 5,000 things at one time. This when it started to come down crashing. A lot of that shit ain't working. Everybody getting the same frivolous filings. Everybody's getting the same responses. And now you got it. Your only answer is, well, if everybody's doing the same thing, they're going to shut it down. Well, if they was going to shut it down for everybody's doing the same thing, they wouldn't have opened the door anyway if they didn't want you to access it.
Regarding inactivity of your flows, now do know, let me see, if you are waiting for what? Okay, if you're waiting for girl,
Okay, wait.
All right.
Okay.
Could you read that for me, please? You know what you were saying.
Yes.
I got threw off. I'm having a hot flash.
Just a reminder, if you have already message in your flow,
Samson. What's up, man? You ain't gotta, you ain't gotta keep worrying. I told we at the end, everything is going to be, excuse me, taken care of. I've been in the hospital, been in hospital too. I kind of been out of commission, especially when you was texting me. Jolly been out of commission. Getting back to it, but yeah, bro. But yeah, you don't call, you don't text and ask what's going on, how you doing, bro? You just it was going over this, we're going over this, we're going over this. Patience is going to be your best friend with all this. I know we still got the state and your mortgage. Anybody forget we I'm still researching your state laws because according to the state, it is kind of predicated on the federal law, but it seems like that you got hit with some other taxes. So I'm still doing my investigation in that. On your mortgage, you ain't got to worry about that. That's in the bag. But you have to be able to understand what you're submitting for you. All right. Now remember, with your federal income taxes, I guess your federal ones, you see, we got that issue resolved, didn't we?
Yeah.
We got that issue resolved. Weren't they taking your taxes or trying to levy them?
No, it was just the state.
It was the state, but we work in sections. We got your federal done. I don't know how many did you ever get? How many did you get? The 4 refunds? You say it was due like 4.
I only got 2 refunds, and then when I looked at it, I guess from filing taxes, if you don't claim them within a certain period of time.
So hold on, they try to say you were. They try to say for the other 2 it was God damn it, you statute of limitations.
Yeah.
No. It wasn't a statute. No, bro.
What I'm saying is I'm assuming that because I only got 2 checks.
But you already approved for 4.
Right.
Oh, you didn't get your 2 yet. Then you got to wait for them to finish processing them.
Yeah. I'm not in no rush. As long as they already sent me a check, I know they already.
Yeah. They sent you 2 already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just right. Okay, so that's how flaky. I mean, the timing. I don't know what's up with the. I don't know. Sometimes I can't hit on the IRS timing. I swear to God, I don't got it down pat. Some people got to wait several months. And did we do amended? I think we did amendeds, didn't we? Or straight up, right?
It was just those 1 years that I had to redo and send.
Nah, okay. So I don't think we did amended. All right. Just follow up with them because I don't think you were time barred. I don't think you would statute limitations ran out. I think they probably. Ooh.
So my question, I got a quick question.
Yeah. What's your question?
I know you're preparing all the paperwork for the mortgage, right?
Yeah.
And when I read what you had text and also what you reiterated today, is I have to understand what I'm submitting before I submit.
Yeah, I want you to. Yes, it's always good to understand what you're submitting, so you won't. You know what I'm saying? It's like.
Yeah, I don't shoot myself in the foot.
Yeah, and it's just for understanding. Like you want to know what you're sending. You know what I'm saying? You never want to be in the. I don't ever want my clients, even though you pay and everybody else pay, I don't ever want them in a position where they're just getting something and just sending. I get it. That's probably the norm. But even if you get it and send, read over it. Don't let your copy just sit. Read over it. Understand it. You use that as a foundation to start be like, well, hold on, let me look on this on my own time. That starts building your foundation. And then later on in life, bro, you be like, oh shit, I know what I'm doing. I can do this shit myself. You get me? You feel me? Like that's it's always good for the long run, bro. I'm trying to get everybody to be self-sufficient, bro. So this is part of what comes with it. Go ahead.
Right. So then, so that trust fund that you set up with that you get online, soon as you're done.
Yeah. Actually, you got access to it now. That's why I sent you the information.
Okay.
I set that up for you. I ain't set that up for me.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. You should. I sent you everything. And don't even worry about it. You can't even look that up online. I see what you're saying. You can't even look it up. You got to call.
Right.
Yeah, but so everything will be submitted under that though.
Okay.
So and the only way you're gonna know what's going on, you got to call them or something.
Okay. So my question. So once you're done with all the paperwork, preparation and everything, you're gonna send it like you sent your tax forms to me. Then I'm gonna print them out and then I'll send it myself. Correct?
Yeah. Send them out. Send them yourself. It's gonna come with a statement. It's gonna same thing with your federal taxes. It's gonna come with your statement. It's gonna come with the accounting. It's going to come with the IRS regulations. It's going to come with the rules. It's going to come with the applicable 1099s. And it's going to come with a statement for those 1099s. Then it's going to come with a cover letter, because for these type of transactions with mortgage and autos, the IRS tells you to put at the top of your tax return a certain verbiage. It's a certain verbiage that I'm going to tell you, it's all going to be on there, but it's a certain verbiage that they want you to put at the top of it, because it's going to require special handling. See, what a lot of people get mixed up is they'll do these tax returns and then they'll just send them in regular, but this is a special return, a special handling. So we have to put that on top so it's filed and processed in a special manner in which they say. But as far as your state with the franchise tax board, that although it's a income tax for the state, it's still actually governed under different rules. So I have some meetings and stuff this week, but by Monday, I'm actually going to send you your state tax returns. You hear me? I'm gonna send you your redone state tax returns and send to them. The IRS was supposed to reach out to the state, number one, because that's in their regulations. I don't know why they didn't do it yet. It's probably because they still have the other two that they're processing. I don't know why, but regardless, we're going to reach out to the state and we're going to refile your state returns.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to refile them correctly to address that income tax issue.
Okay.
And that's the franchise tax board. Like I said, that's not even the regular income tax. That's the franchise tax board.
So from the time I sent you the deed, the trust deed, and all of the back paperwork as far as annually and monthly mortgage statements, all of that, will all of that have in that paperwork that we're going to submit and seeing what the return is going to be?
Yeah. No, you're going to have your breakdown. You're going to have your breakdown. You're going to have your breakdown. It's called you're going to have your forensic analysis report. It's going to break down everything we did, why you're entitled. Here's the regulations to cover it. Here's the publications. Here's the tax returns. Here's the tax form instructions, publications. Here's the insert. Here's the regulation. Here's the law. And I'm going to have court cases backing it up. So you can use that as your foundational study ground on your own.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's going to break it all down. Why? And then you'll have your reference points where you can look up, like I might say 26 USC 6402. And then it's going to explain why that applies to you. I'm not just going to throw the statute out there and let you read it and be like, well, I don't know what this means. is going to break it down as to why it applies to you.
Then once those credits are will they ask for a bank account or it'll come in a check?
I think we're going to put the bank account because I think the IRS is moving towards direct deposits more now as of September 30th. So you're going to have to supply me a bank account.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the IRS moves for a bank account, but
well, wouldn't that be faster then once they did all the paperwork?
Yeah, bank accounts are normally faster than a paper check.
And then it'll be so. My question to you was.
Yeah, hurry up because I'm live right now. I'm live like that too. Yep.
Quick question.
Yep.
The trust fund. Will that be
or a DM or private messaging? We have received your message alert. And again, please allow 24 to 48 hours to respond.
Yeah,
there is no need
type me up on the
to
back.
add your message.
All right. I got you. I'm going to add you to my mortgage class group where I'm meeting up with my mortgage people. I'm going to add you to that. All right.
All right. Regarding changes to your trust, Deb, did you want to reiterate on that?
My bad, y'all. I mean, client, sometimes you got to get the client and get the clients in. See, I don't duck my clients. Just like, oh yeah, months go by, they try to reach out, you don't get back. You reach out to me, I'm going to respond back. I ain't got nothing to duck. I ain't on no suckers. I'm easy, accessible. We can meet in face. We can meet. Oh yeah, my clients can pull up on me in real life. A few have pulled up on me in real life out the group anyway. I ain't just I only know this online. Now you can pull up on me in real life. If you in the area, you in Maryland, do come from South Carolina, pull up on me. You can pull up on me in real life. I'm not hiding. I'm not ducking. I'm I'm easy to find. You can pull up on me. And we can go to the bar. We go to the restaurant. We can chill. I can pull out some documents. We can sip, have a good time. So, New Culture Empire, Supreme League team members, pull up on your boy. Let's get it.
You did have that nice addendum statement in there. That was perfect.
Yeah, sure. It's just lately quite a few of the members have said that they have moved address and they're letting us know. But they need to make sure that they fill a 8822B, which is business, which a trust is, to inform the.
That's the same thing that the IRS said was frivolous, using false forms 8822. That was literally in the indictment, using false forms 8822. I read off the Sellers case, Sellers versus United States versus Sellers. She was using false forms 8822. She was using those forms.
The IRS that you've moved address so they can change the details of your EIN. And if you've actually got other EINs that you've set up yourself, you would need to do all those as well. Okay. So that's very important. Or you're going to get, you're not going to get correspondence from the IRS. If it's to do with the EIN, it'll go to the old address. And then also with a revocable trust, you can change a revocable trust at any time. You can take assets in and out of it. You can change the beneficiaries, the percentages. But each time you make an amendment, you do have to put it in writing. So in the exclusive group, I just put a really basic amendment form that you can fill in. And it's the same with that. Whenever, if you do change your address, you need to make sure that you've written it down on an amendment form and keep that with the original trust and keep it with your COT. So you maybe need 2 copies. But you, like I say, you can change things whenever you like, but you do need to put it in writing. Don't need them notarized or witnessed, because that's the whole idea of a revocable trust. If it's irrevocable and you change anything in an irrevocable trust, then you do have to have it notarized or witnessed. And that is the difference. But it's just so you've got all your documentation together, and if it was ever needed, then obviously there's proof there of what's gone in and out of it and any changes.
Okay, great. That was, I saw that earlier and I thought that was perfect because a lot of people were talking about the adding or changing some things in the trust. And also, if you do have an address change, please make sure that you are,
Y'all, when we get to this historic tax tomorrow, when we start this, I'm going to actually throw the bonus in there. I'm going to throw a bonus in there. I'm going to throw a bonus in there. It's not going to be around the income taxes, but I'm going to throw a bonus in there. I'm going to throw a bonus in there for a mortgage auto people. That's going to be a bonus. I'm going to give you a bonus tax form, a bonus one to use. A bonus one to use. Yes, sir.
let's make sure you send that to me or upload it to the flow so that I can send that in. If your paperwork hasn't been sent in already, at least I can get it in with your documents. That'll make it a lot easier when we fax it over. But do make sure that you mail those also after you.
Oh, and I got one coming back for 2023 from the auto. Yeah, I got one coming back. Yeah. I faxed them over the thing because I had my year end dates mixed up. But yeah, that's what they needed to continue processing my return for 2023 on my autos. Yeah. Called them today about that. Yep. Faxed it right over to them. Oh yeah. So we about to, well, I don't know when it's gonna come. You know, the IRS slow as hell. But whenever, you know, trust me, you know.
Send us a copy.
And anyone else, it's been a while and we need to follow up, send me an email. I wish people would follow up with me. Like I'd be a lot of things forgetting. But if it's been a while, we submit the tax, been a while, no response. So they keep saying we give us more time, whatever it is, we need to follow up, right? Let me know, and we're going to do a follow up. If we need to attach another schedule to it, whatever it is, we're going to make sure it get done. So that's one thing about these teachers. They're not going to stay in for the long haul to see it all the way through. After about a few months, now you got to start paying them again. Or after you already paid and months went by, whatever, they don't want to deal with you no more till you pay more money. Nah, I really don't. I don't operate like that. I don't think it's necessarily right. I mean, depending on the situation, yeah, you never know. But me, for the most part, I like to follow through, make sure we get things done, finish what we started. So if we need to follow up with them or whatever, but one thing I do know for right now, the IRS is severely backed up. I don't know why. Again, a lot of people lost their job. Took a pay. It's a lot going on, especially with the amended returns. It's a lot going on right now. But at the end of the day, you got to be patient, continue to move forward, put multiple eggs in multiple baskets, and we just sit back, and you got to be patient because we can't speed them up. Just be patient. Just be patient.
Okay. One second.
I'm here. I'm back. I think I got dropped off. You need me to go through the questions? Okay, I can go through the, let me see, number 3. So the reminder of regarding messages in the exclusive meeting group. If you have already messaged in your flow or as a private or a DM, we have received your message alert as long as you have used the @ and the staff member's name. So please allow 24 to 48 hours to respond, and there is absolutely no need to then go to the exclusive group to say, hey, can you see my message in my flow if you've already tagged us in there. Just a reminder of that, because that was discussed in the last meeting, but it's still happening. So are we ready for questions now? For me to read off these questions?
Let me see. There was one more thing I wanted to bring to the table. Now I can't remember what it was. Short-term memory thing. I'm going to repost. I can't find the copy of the A for V instructions. So if
A for B instructions, girl, what you back in 2003? A for B instructions. Acceptance for value instructions. That's what these gurus do. All they do is get packages and resell them. A for V instructions. Oh my God.
you have it or you see it in the exclusive group anywhere, can you please tag me in that? Because I can't locate it for some reason. So I wanted to make sure that we because there was a few people looking for it. So I wanted to make sure that we have that available. So if you do have access to the A for V instructions and in that template, please tag me in it so I can tag a few other people that were looking for it. All right. Let me see. Okay, we had a couple questions. Is there still 101 trustee training? We still have the trustee training class that is on the website.
Trustee for what? Did you go to school for trustee? Do you know the rules of conduct for a trustee? Do you know that you have to know trust law, wills, estate law, tax law? Do you know that? Or you just a trustee because y'all just endow yourselves with these grandiose titles, executor, trustee, CEO, FEO, that. Do you know what it takes to be a fucking trustee?
Site, you can make that purchase and we can give you the link to get into the class. It is at your own pace. The financial management course is at your own pace. Everything is available off the website.
Financial, I bet you it's a whole bunch of stuff that's floating around here already that they just copy and paste to the website.
Moving forward, those that are getting the that have the mortgage discharge, and we're still working on your mortgages. Once we have everything finalized, where
you're working on mortgages, oh my God. Oh my God. I could just be a fly on the wall to see what some of the mortgage documents look like. I bet you's gonna have a bunch of sovereign citizen nonsense in it.
It's shown that it's discharged. If we're dealing with your courts and
showing that it's discharged. Oh my God. Oh God.
When we get it dismissed, we've had a few people got some dismissed. We have a few people still kind of going back and forth.
Okay, that right there. It's always that part where they just skip over, they throw it out there, but they never want to show the dismissal. Show the dismissal. Show the set off on the mortgage. 1 second. Show the set off on the mortgage. I said show it. Just show it. Show it. Show it. Show it. Just one. Show it. Just one. Just show it. They never can because they never have gotten them.
But the courts are kind of dropping the ball. I've had a couple of people where the court just kind of dropped the ball on them and they haven't heard anything. I am working on currently by next week, finalizing a couple short sales. So we are in position to offer a smaller amount than what's due on the mortgage. If they're, depending on the situation, we'll go into a short sale status with it to purchase the property through our other entity, Property Services. So this way we are able to keep your home and do what we need to do to help you. My goal is to make sure everyone keeps their home. Okay. I'm going to do whatever I can. And if that means I got to try and buy it on a shorter amount, that's what I'm gonna do. Cause I just, I feel that
Guys, you just so help the people, and you just so down with the people, and I just got a vested interest just helping all you strangers. I just want to help. Rather me, I offer services. You rather me be straight up. No, I'm just here to help.
I can't stop helping you any kind of way.
I can't stop helping you because this is my life calling.
I can't. You've been very patient. You've been very loyal, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we get completely through.
Been patient, very patient, and I understand that you got to be patient because nothing happens fast and overnight in most cases. So I get that. Sometimes you have to be patient for many months. I get it. But I ain't buying you.
This with satisfaction. It's not an easy battle because they definitely make it very, very difficult. But we're not. At least we got some successes. I want more. I'm happy with the ones we have, but I will be happier whenever.
What successes? What successes? What successes? You say you want more? What successes? What successes? You ain't never show one.
Everybody's good. So I just don't talk about it a lot, but we do have this success. But again, it's nothing for me to be happy about when I still have people suffering. So until everyone is in that position where they're not stressed out, not dealing with these situations, I'm right here with you. I feel the anguish and everything else. So do know I'm not going to stop, period, until I got everybody good. All right. So we're getting, like I said, we're getting some good, reports, and I'm grateful for it. But I need to make sure everybody's in that right position too. All right. What else? Question. Do you use the same endorsement on our bills when using the post office or a bank? Okay, so when you're using the post office for the bank, let's get who asked that question, and I need a little more clarity. Was that Julia that asked that question, Chris?
Yes. Julia, are you here?
Julia Jones, I see you. You're not muted. You're muted.
I'm here.
There you go. Okay. So when you say endorse our bills when using the post office for a bank, what are you referring to? Clarify for me.
Okay, the last time you were speaking about the bills, you were saying that we can take it to the post office or we can mail it off.
You done forgot what you said. You done said so much shit. You done forgot what you said now. Let me guess. That don't work no more. They don't forget what you say now. You forgot what you said, didn't you?
So do we stamp the same endorsements on the bill and take it to the post office?
Okay, so when we say to the post office, where you're using the bank, and you get a banker, a private banker, to deposit. You can actually. So one of the processes is depositing the bills with your TDA if you have a TDA. Okay, I want to clarify a little bit more. I don't want to answer that question, and I don't have clarity on which process you're trying to use. It's not just using your bills to go to the post office with. Okay, so you will mail those to a specific department and a copy to the Puerto Rico office, but
Puerto Rico, you're still using that IRS Puerto Rico stuff from the early sovereign citizen days? Oh God.
You also have that opportunity to use them as remittance coupons through your bank.
The same thing where those 4 people were indicted for, sending those, the same reason they were indicted for. Not the last live we had. The same type things. This is amazing.
To the private banker. And that's only if you have that Treasury Direct account that they can transfer.
Oh my gosh, you're 1990 sovereign citizen with it now. Oh, this is the 90s sovereign citizen method. That method is so old and played out. But what is the number one thing that I always say? It's always a process, a class, a document, a teaching that requires you to get goods and services in this world or property without paying for it. I told you, this is all they have to offer. They have no foundational basis. They have no way for you can see why you're entitled to these things. Nothing. It's all, that's it. They have nothing of substance.
Transfer and put that into that account as a credit. So we'll go into that a little bit more. I don't want you to get confused with using it for the post office.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I do know, keep in mind that that book that I uploaded to you about the stamps, that's what monetizes your documents too. So
a stamp monetizes your document. You are citing straight from the redemption manual, the Sovereign Solutions website. Oh my God.
Make sure you look into that book, the tax stamp duties.
A message has been received.
Okay. That's going to tell you how to utilize those stamps to monetize, and that way you'll know a little bit more of how to get things cleared up, because you're making value to those documents. And again, it was showing even how to monetize a playing card. So if you don't have that information on that book, let me know. I'll get the link for you.
And the book is actually in the exclusive group files. I would even encourage you to take a copy of the page of the process that you're using and include that in the mailing.
Absolutely. That's a great idea. Absolutely. So
okay, thank you all.
You're welcome. Yeah, that book shows you how many stamps you need for your mortgage, how many stamps you need.
How many stamps you need for your mortgage. So by putting a stamp on the back of your document, that's going to set it off. Ma'am, you're talking about the Stamp Act from May 2nd, 1933, and it was only ran for a year. That ended in 1934. I know exactly. See, you don't even know the source. You don't even know the source that you're talking about. That was from the series of acts from March 9th, 1933 to May 23rd, 1933. This is from May 2nd, 1933. It was down on the bottom. I don't remember the page, but it was the bottom right paragraph, and it went like almost a page and a half long, talking about the stamp and all that, what you're saying now, but it's only for 1 year. So it ended in 1934, meaning the process is outdated.
For a light bill, gas bill. So what
did I say earlier in the live? Light bill, gas bill. What did I tell you? Processes to pay those, look, process to pay a gas bill, a light bill, a water bill, a electric bill. How about you just pay your goddamn gas bill yourself? Nope, it's always a process to do everything, to live in this world for free. Unrealistic.
All of those things are able to be monetized through the post office stamps. Okay, so read that book. It's very, very useful. All right. Are we able to file our W-2s? Yes, you are. The W-2s are separate from filing for your trust. So the 1041 is separate. So you can do your W-2s and you're good to go. But if you file the W-2, make sure that you state that, because we're only going back after the taxes that were deducted out of your salary or your wages, as they call them. All right. Is there any other questions?
I guarantee you, from a historic standpoint, she does not know how to substantiate it. I guarantee you.
We got a few more minutes of time because we actually got through this pretty good.
I have a question.
Yes, Myron.
I'm an independent contractor now, so I operate off of 1099. And I have my own business, so I'm not sure how to deal with the tax situation when it comes to them coming after
your business.
Oh yeah. It's a separate set of rules right here. Let's see if you know. Because if you got a 1099, look at me, I'm getting ahead of myself. That'll be discussed Wednesday.
Business taxes. Yeah. Okay, so have you filed before under your business?
No.
don't do it.
Then that means if you file for this year, whatever this took place, you got to go back and file all your other missing ones because they're going to ask for it.
Okay, you don't want to volunteer the contract.
Bam! She just told you to do something that the IRS requires you not in real time. I just told you that if you file that 1 year, you got to go back and file all those years from the inception of your business because the IRS requires it. They're going to send you a letter. What does she say? You don't want to volunteer the contract one. You know what that means? She's a sovereign citizen teacher. Everything she's been saying is sovereign citizen lingo through and through. All those answers she gave, all sovereign citizen answers.
Have you made your business private?
I don't give a damn if you had your business under a rock. If income was reported to the IRS that somebody's business paid your business this, you must file tax returns. The quickest way to go to federal prison is tax evasion. Failure to file. Stop playing.
Now that I haven't done, and I was just thinking about like how I would go about putting it in a trust. Would that be the proper way to make it private, or is there?
I wouldn't give a damn if you put it in the basket at the church. You still have to file, and how you file and what you report all depends on your understanding of the historic tax laws.
Or another way.
There is you do want to transfer it to your trust, but you want to do it properly by basically changing the status of the certificate of registration. So what I'll do is I'll upload some information on that for you, and it will talk about.
Nope. Wrong again. Your status and how your trust or corporation is treated all depends on the elections that you file with the IRS. Nothing about your status and your certificate. They couldn't give two fat fucks what you call it. How it's treated depends on the elections that you make.
Turning the business private. Okay. The documentation of a booklet about it. It's about 9 pages.
Now, huh?
Okay, so I believe that the IRS has I haven't seen any documentation, but I'm getting third parties calling me saying, tax companies saying that, the IRS is saying that they put a lien, whatever. I haven't checked. If they have, what forms do I fill out? Like, how do I respond?
Well, first of all, if it's a third party, you can cease and desist them. But secondly, you want to double check and see if there's actual lien. And you should have been notified from the IRS if there was a lien. Or actually, they give you opportunity to cure before they lien you. So it should be information out there regarding that. And you have to check your information first before you take any action, because it could be them trying to get money out of it. Okay, so double check it, and if there is, then we can take the steps to address that situation, because it's different, depends on what type of lien it is, if it's a business lien or a personal lien.
It don't give two fat fucks with the liens. It's a notice of federal tax lien. Doesn't matter.
If it's a property lien, so it's different aspects. So you have to check the information before you can decide which move to make.
Okay, so once I check, how do I which email would I use, or what would be the proper way to contact you?
Okay, you can tag myself or Crystal in your private conversation. Make sure you upload the information or evidence of the situation. Tag us, put a emoji where it.
And all she's going to do is submit a sovereign citizen response.
Get our attention, something bright, that way we can address it as soon as we see that. Make sure you use that @ so to be on our timeline, because if you don't use that, we never see it. It won't come up.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're very, very welcome.
And Myron, have you checked where your UCC 11 to see if there was a lien? Do you have UCC 11 in your state?
I'm in California. I think I do. No, I haven't checked. I'll make sure I do that.
Y'all hear this dumb shit? The IRS does not file their liens that way. It just gets filed with the county recorder in the location where the property as subject is located. The UCC search would not matter. That's another sovereign citizen. Well, if there's not a UCC lien or a UCC 11 search, they ain't got no lien. That's a sovereign citizen talking point.
Tonight.
Okay. Now we can check to
Yeah,
see if there's
because I know you guys did upload like a video or some directions on how to do that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll look for that now. I'll look into doing that.
Okay, good.
And I'll share it in our conversation, the private conversation as well. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, ladies.
You're very welcome.
You're welcome.
Hey, Ms.
Hi,
Jackson.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. For my address, I did for the IRS when I first started with you.
Yeah.
Was at an address like 2 years ago that I currently lost, and I'm still in a kind of rocky situation with my housing right now.
Okay.
But on the IRS, I did put my mailing address since they don't use PO boxes, but I use my PO box as my mailing address, and I do get correspondence from the IRS, but that address is the actual physical address is not valid anymore.
Okay. All right.
Should I just leave it like that?
Long as we have the address so we can update your documents itself. So just make sure we have that. I think you gave it to us a while back, but I would like to just double check to make sure. So
Okay.
just make sure that you upload that document that you did, or just put the address back in so we can make sure it's updated if it hasn't been on your documents. Because I would be safe and sorry to say, oh, we did it, or we, something hasn't got updated. So just remind it, send a reminder.
Okay, perfect. And if possible, I don't know if anybody in the group or you have that video from saying about the car, because I got my OID for my car. I believe it was discharged already, and I did receive the OID for it. But I need the instructions on how to go about getting like my title and stuff, like so I can finish doing this registration part, because my tags are like way expired.
You know what?
You see, they all want to know what to do next, instead of learning what to do next while still getting a foundation under them, so in the future they already know what to do. You see, it's all just do this, do that.
So we'll work on getting the title. Now, we've tried that what was it, manufacturer's thing, and most of them don't respond.
Right, because it never worked. See, you tried it because it didn't work. It never worked. Just trying shit.
So we have to basically just take the title and have it transferred to your trust.
Not if there's a still lien. Oh my God. If the company, the lender still has a lien on it, you can transfer it to Jupiter. It's still not going to invalidate the lien. It's trust fraud. You cannot transfer anything into a trust that is subject to an encumbrance or a lien. The trust is not going to shield it. They're going to use the term called piercing the corporate veil. Anything you transfer to a trust has to be owned outright. And that is one of the things we talk about in the group with the securitizations, transferring these assets into the trust. That's the discrepancy. Oh my God.
I have it listed in my trust, as well as I have my DOT number. I've had my DOT number for the past,
which means nothing,
I think, year now. But as I'm trying to do the whole taking it out of California DMV, and so I can get the DOT plates, but I just needed more clarification on like how to get my title.
Do you still have your plate for the expired plate?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest this, because my steps were, it was discharged. I did not renew anything, and I kept my plate, and I
Please show. Please show. Please show. Please show. Please show.
done that with even like my motorcycle since 2020, and have not had a
Oh, okay.
yeah, I just, because now you're not, when you pick the DOT and make a sticker and put it on the car, instead of doing an entire plate and leave your plate on, because now you're not being, you're not drawing attention. See, a lot of people say I'm private, and then they want to put private on the plate. You're not private. Okay, you're advertising that you're not private when you're saying you're private. That you're, you're saying you're private when you're publicizing it. So I can honestly say, and this is from self-experience, my daughter had the private plate on. She kept getting pulled over, but I had my regular plate expired tag since 2020 on my
Isn't that sovereign citizen stuff? Expired tags not getting renewed, all sovereign citizen.
motorcycle, and now on my car. Police have gotten behind me and went on about their business because they know my status.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to end up doing when you guys get your refunds in, I have another level under the nation that I want to give you documentation, which is a little bit stronger. So if they're still giving you any problems, we're going to take it to the next level, because I know I don't have any problems with authority whatsoever, period. Like, get behind me, run it, and go about their business for real. Like, I know my plate say don't mess with her at all.
Right. And I sent all that stuff into to the like our department of our sheriff's department and everything like that. And I got pulled over one time, and I showed them my my right to travel paperwork and stuff like that. He still gave me a ticket.
Bam, 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 bam. So how is you, Ms. Jackson, being so successful? Told you about the teachers always being the ones that's successful, but the students never ever seem to be successful. Notice how the students get pulled over while the teacher does it? Huh? Remember I always say that?
You're rocking with the best.
The student gets pulled over, but not the teacher. The teacher always works for the teacher, never the students.
But I didn't sign it, and but what do I do with that ticket?
See? Now you're putting her in hot water. And everybody's there was like, well, hold on, Ms. Jackson. How yours work and hers ain't work if we all doing the same things?
Okay. So this is what the process is. Within 3 days of them trying to still serve you, you can return it to them.
And, oh my God, I knew she was about to do that. Oh my gosh, that is sovereign citizen where everything is a commercial contract. Don't contract with them.
That you're refusing to contract with them.
What I say? Oh, what did I say? Yo, I know what they about to say before they say it because I've heard it 5,000 times. I've heard it all before.
You're rocking with the best.
I already know what she's about to say. Because they all say the same thing.
And send them your fee schedule with it.
A fee schedule now. Yo, now you see why she ain't around no more? She may stick her head out the cubby hole here now and then. Anybody new out here? Oh, there's some people that recognize me. Anybody new out on YouTube? Oh, damn, I still owe them money. Anybody? Oh, shit. Dang, I remember them. Man, that shit ain't work for them. Let me see if I see someone new.
Or you can take it to filing your documents again with them, wait for a court date, and make sure by that court date time, send those documents into the court and let them know that you're still not contracting. You're not under their jurisdiction. So those are things that you can do. And literally did that. They tried to give me a ticket for my dog or something not too long ago. And then what was so crazy, I didn't go to the court hearing. They wanted me to come to court over my dog. I didn't go. So I'm expecting a default hearing or something like that, whatever. No, they rescheduled my hearing.
Oh.
Like, how you gonna reschedule? That's harassment. Like, just, you know, do what you're gonna do. So since they rescheduled the hearing for me to show up, I just went and dropped off my documents to the court, and I haven't heard a thing ever since.
Okay.
So you gotta get those documents every opportunity to put it in their face, put it on record. Anytime there's a court situation, that is your opportunity to get those documented on the books.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
I
Perfect.
them all,
Wow.
take every last piece and put it in the file. So everything is recorded on their books. They don't get rid of them files. So
Right.
that way you're on the books and they know who you are. So ticket or not, whatever situation, let them get those documents and deal with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Hi, Miss Jackson.
I was going to, I'm sorry, go ahead. But I was just going to quickly say, once you've gone through it once or what have you, they'll pull behind you, but they quickly get away from you.
But like, what is so groundbreaking about that? Like, what the fuck does that matter for real? Like, oh, that's a major. Who cares? I have a driver's license. So what?
Because they don't want to have anything to really bother you with. So once you get pulled over and they go through stuff, they quickly, and I still have the old plates on there. They're expired. My driver's license is expired. I just never re-registered, never did anything. And they don't bother me because they have all my stuff. So
yeah, because when my license expires this year, I'm not renewing it. I'm not doing all that. I mean, I may need some for banking purposes or whatever, but I'll get my pass. I'm actually gonna give in and get the passport. So I'm working on that. I got my application on my desk. I'm getting ready. But you know, I don't want to recontract. So and like I said, don't remove your plate. And long as you keep your documents with you, if he decided he wanted to, and you make sure you put a lien against that officer. His name is on that ticket.
Now you see what I'm saying? Now you talking about putting a lien against the officer. If that ain't sovereign citizen, I don't know what it is. If that ain't sovereign citizen, I don't know what it is.
Should have known better. Make sure he gets a personal fee schedule. Name him in
personal fee schedule. What is that? Sovereign citizen. So do you think anything that she teaches really works? Look what's coming out of this lady's mouth.
Your documents. So you know that he's personally getting that invoice. Make sure you create a invoice of the violations from writing your name and all that. They had no authority to do that. You should have that copyright. Send a copyright copy. You know, that your name copywritten. So he's gonna have to get, you know, he's gonna have to be dealt with by the courts because it's gonna cost them. And you actually can put a lien against the courts for that total amount of the violations.
Yes, ma'am.
It's easy to do a lien too. I do it all the time.
You see that? I do it all the time and with shit to show for it. See how they just talk? Just talk. Ain't shit to show for it.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, I just want to bring awareness to the group about Gina. I'm not saying it's her, but I believe that it is. This last week, I applied for my son's disability because he's autistic. And when it came down to them adding up my income, the lady told me that I was working somewhere else in Illinois, and I work in Arkansas. And she said that I had been filing taxes at this restaurant in Illinois for 2 years. And I know that I've been in this group for 2 years, and I have given my ID and my social.
What if it's Miss Jackson? Now I'm not trying to slander her name and say she's doing it, but I'm not saying it's her. But what if it's really her doing it? But blame the other girl. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not saying she is. But I'm saying that would be an interesting twist.
Security. So I just want people to be aware to check. I don't know where would y'all check it to
Well, she
see
lives in
who is
Maryland.
filing taxes.
Yeah, she lives in Maryland. I do have her location and everything. So I actually located exactly where she is, who her relatives are. I got all the information I need. But she's actually in Maryland. So Illinois, that's somebody else. I can give you that.
Okay.
Well, the deceased person, whoever that is. But- so we don't know who we were dealing with.
She is, yeah. Because
yeah.
When I saw that, I almost flipped out when it said deceased since 2018 under her name. I'm like, well, who the heck is this? You know, and it kind of broke my heart because she's been with us for 3 years and she was, you know, she was working with us all this time, and just suddenly she just flipped the script. And I hate that it happened, but that's why I'm being honest with you. Cover your backs, make sure things are, you know, protected, because I don't know, you know, her trying to damage me because I caught her up is really stupid. But honestly, I feel sad for her.
Yeah, and see, she could sell our information to her people or whatever, but that was just one thing. And the other thing I want to speak about is it's a few of us who has finished the training course.
Yes.
The trustee training course, and that's what I was asking about. You said the one-on-one. You're just gonna create a new group for us.
Yes. Okay. So good. We're pretty much ready to start getting into that. So I will be those that have finished the course, make a note in the group, or make a note on your personal conversation that you have completed it, and I will put you into the new trustee training group that we're going to create on Moxo. And then you'll start getting put into some of the client flows to assist with step by steps. Okay.
Okay, and hopefully with background check, so we won't have this problem.
Oh, definitely. That's why I'm going through some different stuff right now on background checks. I decided that that's the way I have to go, and even
yes, ma'am,
more cautious of who I'm letting in. See, this is why it's a small handful of people working, because me having trust issues.
And why, right? I was about to say that, why you have trust issues.
Yeah, and you have always said that.
This is why I got trust issues. And if I see somebody moving sideways or something ain't moving right, and I start checking, yeah, because my instinct is saying something ain't right. And she might not have started out with that intent, but the end intent is what counts. Is like, I've been there for her, just like I've been here for other people. And for it to flip like it has, it just was shocking. But again, I started paying attention, and that's when I started shutting her down. So I shut her down before she even realized it, like 3 weeks prior, and she had no clue. So she started acting out and do whatever and threatening that, oh, I'm gonna snitch on you. I'm like, snitch on what? Like, I'm gonna just tell people this, and I don't care what nobody say about me or whatever. I'm just like this. I'm so transparent. I don't care less what anybody say. I put it on the table. I don't care. But the whole thing is, it seems like, and this ain't the first time, somebody then left and start targeting. Well, it's their choice to. It's like, how you gonna get mad because you got busted, or you're mad because you got caught in your mess, or I'm bringing it to you and you're upset that I'm putting it in your face. I'm not going to sugarcoat crap for nobody. And if I'm saying something wrong and I'm talking to you about it and you can't come clean, then you gotta go. You don't get 2 chances to lie to me. Especially when I'm, it's hard enough in what we're doing. It's so much that's came against us all this time. And I'm just like sticking it out. And believe me, it's been difficult, but I'm holding on to get this completed for all of you. The fight is not stopping, but I'm not going to let nobody deter us either. So whatever she's on, all I want you to know is just be cautious. If you do hear from her, make sure you keep note, because I am pursuing prosecution because of the fact that she did sign a non-disclosure, non-compete, and the fact that she had access to your information. So my whole goal is protecting you.
But you gonna get yourself jammed up too, because you coming off as this fighting. You ain't getting no better position.
Okay, so just be cautious on anything. Bring it to my attention if anything that seems suspect or suspicious. so we can check
Please.
out for you.
Ms. Jackson, I have a question.
Yes.
This is Sonia. Gina was supposed to send me some kind of link for my financial course, but she never did. So since this is going on now, who should I look to have that sent to me? Currently, I'm overseas and I'm scheduled to be back February 20th. So who can I contact for that?
This sounds like that lady that was in that. This sounds like that lady that got that IRS check and never paid it back and been circling from group to group. This sounds like her. It sounds like her. Ooh, it sounds like her. But if y'all just look at this, and I'm pretty sure the lady, the girl that made the video about her, I'm pretty sure she's going to see this. And she probably going to be like, oh, yeah, get her. But this ain't nothing new, Miss Jackson. She's been teaching sovereign citizenship for years. That's why she ain't hiding right now. That website don't work.
Link for the
Either
financial course.
any one of us, Monique or Crystal, should be able to handle that for you.
Okay.
Okay. I'll make sure that they have access to get that link to you for it.
Okay.
Or they can
All right,
remind.
so I'll send a message on the when I come back in America so that they could send me whatever.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Very welcome.
Good evening, Miss Jackson. This is Ms. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Miss Jackson, I just got like a 1099-A from the mortgage company for 2024.
Yeah, you know what that means? You know what it means? You know what that means? Foreclosed. Or was sold.
Regarding the sale of the house, and they show
Told you.
themselves as the lender, me as the borrower. How should I take care of that? Do I have to?
There you go. This is why I told you she don't fucking know. I told you this is, oh my God.
Do a correction on that, and they put that at the borrower owes interest. So how do I correct that?
Can you upload it and let me take a look at it Monday? And then
yes,
I will. Strategy. That way we can do a strategy, because we probably just file the opposite and send it back to them.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. I'll do that, Ms. Jackson. Thank you.
All right. And please do a tag. Do a tag with an emoji so it'll catch my attention too, and a reminder.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. All right, everyone. I'm going to call it a night, get some rest, and have a sip of wine before I enjoy my peace and quiet for the weekend. So I want you to not worry about anything. I love you all, and we're going to get this money in the next few weeks. Get this.
Girl, shut up. You don't believe that. You don't believe that shit more. You believe a man on the moon. Wow. I literally sat through almost an hour of all sovereign citizen lingo, talking points, courses of actions, lies about results, lies about this, lies. And this is the reason why people like Miss Jackson pops in and pops right back out. Do you think anyone that was in that group ever got any finality to their cases or major issues resolved? The answer is no. None of what Miss Jackson teaches work. I already went into one of her lives and exposed her to her moderators, blocked me. I already had people sending me emails about her in 2022 and 2023. This is one of the reasons why I say low hanging fruit. It's not just the students. It's not just the ones listening. It's the ones who are teaching. This is the classic example of what I call low hanging fruit. None of that sovereign citizen stuff that she was talking ever works, nor did it ever work for her. All those 1099As she was doing for everybody, not one person got anything of substance back. They never was, just by the nature of the form itself. They don't know how to use the form correctly. They don't know how to catch the underlinings in the interpretations of the IRS tax laws. They all think that somehow, some way, some shape, form, or fashion, that there is some type of secret account, TDA account, or however you identify it, that's tucked off somewhere waiting for you to activate it by submitting a series of documents and complicated filings. And it's supposed to be this big secret that nobody knows except for the teachers. The teachers seems to be the only ones who knows this secret. If it was such a secret, how do you know, teacher? Oh, God must have bestowed the rights and the powers of the knowledge on you and nobody else. This is a fraud. This is a scam. And this is exactly what I mean when I say stay away from these people. And at worst, if you ain't got nothing else to lose, come on to the winning team, the Supreme Elite team.
You're rocking with the best.
Now, as I go, let me show you what happens real time of the same stuff I teach in my group. Play my outro video. I'm going to show you what happens in real time when the teacher utilizes what he teaches.
As a commitment to customer service, this call may be monitored or recorded. If you are a dealer or a financial institution, please press 1.
Of court.
We have automatically found your account. To verify your identity, please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number. Thank you. Your identity has now been verified. All representatives are still busy. Please hold while your call is being transferred to the next available representative.
Credit acceptance compliance team, this is Caprice. I may help you.
Yes, I'm calling about GLE 350. I informed credit acceptance of the pending lawsuit that I actually have on my way to file now. So I don't want to talk about anything legal. I just want to see what the remaining balance, because I was actually trying to print off the payment history, as far as my attachments for, for the judge to see. And I'm not able to print off my payment history or the payments I made. And I was also trying to get the remaining balance feature for the print off as well. But I'm unable to see the remaining balance. It says NA. So those are the only questions I have. Just the remaining balance and NA status, the payoff history, payment information unavailable. So I'm just trying to see what's the reason behind that, because I did send a detailed email to operations, and it seems like since Saturday I'm being routed to compliance and not just speaking to the regular representative, which is okay. So those it. You could provide it for me. That'd be good.
So who am I speaking with?
Lamont Thomas.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, just for security on the account, can I have your date of birth and the zip code we have on file? All right. Is that still the best number, or do you want to update that?
No, it's the best number.
All right. Thank you so much for that information. And let's see here. The reason that you're not able to access the information through our customer portal is because of the email that we or letter that we received from you. That was actually escalated to our compliance team. So whenever we have, an issue or we're investigating something, we place everything on hold.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So what I can do is I can actually email you a copy of your payment history if that's what you are looking
Yeah, that's
for.
cool. Yeah, just the payment history. That's perfect. That's cool.
Okay. Give me just one moment here. Let me
right.
get that up here.
All right.
Okay, I'm almost wasted and my drip is on the spaceship. One more sip, yes, I can taste it. Come to my exact location. I'm so tired of my probation, doing time forever.